Good afternoon. I would like to call the regular board meeting June 9th to order. Flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So the board agenda approval. Can I get a motion for that? Please.
So moved.
Thanks, Jerry. A second, please.
Second.
Thanks, Laurie. Can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Trustee Lu,
Aye.
trustee Cunningham,
Aye.
trustee Vogel,
Aye.
trustee Leong,
Aye.
trustee Madhato,
Aye. Thank you. The next one is superintendent's report.
Thank you. So just wanted to share, I know that many of you have been part of the celebrations as well. These last 2 weeks had an opportunity to be out on our campuses and seeing some of that end of the year celebration and joy. And these last 2 days, we've been doing our 8th grade promotions. And I think it was just so encouraging and energizing to see the students enjoying that end of the year celebration, and that's return to what you would expect and hope that they get to celebrate at the end of the years. And we are really wanting to thank our staff and our principals for being able to pull it all together, but especially our parents. We know that throughout this entire year, we've relied on our parents and our volunteers to really work together to help support us in it. You know, I know that's come together even with the 8th grade promotions. I know there's some celebrations going on this evening at some of the middle schools, and it really is all due to the work of the parents. And so a huge thank you to our parents and our volunteers. And you know, it's been an interesting year to say the least, but to have it come to an end and to have some of those normal celebrations and being able to look forward to the next school year where things return to more of that normal, I think is really exciting for all of us. So, you know, really my report right now is just a huge thank you to staff, to our students, and to our parents, and looking forward to the upcoming school year. So that's it for today.
Thanks, Mrs. Young. Then we have the classified employee of the month, Mike.
All right, thank you. So this is our point in our program where we get to honor one of our classified employees of the month. And this one is, you know, they're all special, but this is really special because the employee is in my office. And I think she's special for 2 reasons. Her mother's said she brought her into the world to make her special. And I think she's an amazing employee. She is an amazing, her customer service is second to none. She makes everybody that comes into the office for whatever reason just feel welcome and valued. Aside from the fact that she's an amazing employee, she's a beautiful person. Her spirit and her personality I look forward to seeing her every day, honestly. And she's a super individual. 2, I could talk about you all day, Debbie. But you can see there's a lot of people here from my office because we're all here. Probably everybody wants a turn to say something great about Debbie, but I'm just going to turn the mic over to Mike Cellini, who is her immediate supervisor. And I know Mike has a lot of years of working with Debbie, and I'm sure he's going to have some amazing things to say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't stand up here by myself. So, thank you so much, board, for having this, and Superintendent Yao. So like Mike said, we can only say so many wonderful things about Debbie. We're celebrating her 25th year in the district as well. So for those of you that weren't when we celebrated that, we were very thankful. I will tell a similar story because not some of you heard of it. And Phyllis, you weren't there. You'll appreciate this. Debbie took me under her wing as a young administrator and kept me out of trouble with someone near and dear to all of our hearts, Terry Nolan, and made sure that I knew what I should really be doing and not doing. And I'm not alone in that. I know she mentors, and that's a strong word, but it's true. She mentors all of us every day. And if you, for the Board of Education, every classified employee that we have, Debbie has interacted with. So I've only been in my role for 4 years. You think about the number of classified people that we have onboarded or our current employees, Debbie interfaces with them on a daily basis, and her customer service is phenomenal every day. And the person that nominated her was just coming from that standpoint as well of the love that you give and the compassion that you give to our employees. We can only thank you so much for that. I know that your mom wants to get back to cruising, so we're trying to help Debbie somehow get a vacation at some point in time. So hopefully COVID will cooperate
I hope so.
and you can go on your cruises with your mom again. But we just want to thank you from the bottom of our heart and everything you do for CUSD.
I have great bosses too. Great supervision.
Yeah, not that easy. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Yao, let me speak on behalf of Debbie. Like Mike G and Mike C already said great things about her, but when I also came into the district about almost 6 years now, same thing. I looked at Debbie for guidance, and I continue to look for her for guidance. And that's just the culture that we have in our department, but Debbie kind of leads that. She's the first person that you see as you walk in, and this is the reason why she's being recognized as the Employee of the Month. I had a former supervisor of hers call me today, and I'm not sure if he knew this happening today, but wanted to make sure. Just remind Debbie that she is always the employee of the decade, he said, like always the superstar of the district. And just wanted to take this time to thank you for all the great work you do. And it's very well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you.
Satish, can I say something?
And you're
about
welcome to make a speech if you'd
I
like.
can't let this go by without saying something. And Mike, you're not the only one who got saved from the wrath of Terry Nolan by Debbie. Several of us did. Debbie, you and I never actually worked together, but we've gone back a long, long way. And
Long way.
every time I've ever had any interaction with human resources, no matter how stupid or silly the question, you've always been just so gracious and so wonderful to work with. And this is such a nice honor for you. So congratulations. And I love the years that we had together.
Me too.
I just want to say that the first time I came into the district office as a board member, Debbie was the first person I met, and she let me take my picture twice for the badge. Always going to be very grateful for that, but congratulations, Debbie. That's just a small example of just the kindness and graciousness you have for everybody.
Thank you, Debbie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Progress. I don't need to say anything. Thank you. Love the district, love you. Thank you, Debbie.
Thanks, Debbie. Then we'll move to the next one, recognition of service citizens board.
Well, I'm going to stand here. Tonight, we're also going to recognize 3 community members who have been a part of our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. They are all currently, well, actually, they are all coming off of their terms. One of our members has been on the committee for 3 terms, Stuart Kelly. I know Stuart's not here tonight. Will Llewellyn, and I don't know if Jennifer's here tonight. So I'd like to say Stuart Kelly, Will Llewellyn, Jennifer Rapuano. They have just completed their terms. We were hoping that they were going to be here tonight so that we can honor them. We will be giving them their certificates at a future date, but I just wanted to say a few thank yous to them. They served a very important role for our community,
in regards to making sure that the bond program is doing its job. The bond program is doing its job and making sure that we're meeting the intent of our voters. So with that, I'll just end my speech here. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris. We'll move on to the next one then. Employee organization, do you have anyone?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Adriana Arola, I believe, is present.
Hey, Diana.
Hello, good evening, members. My name is Adriana Riola, and I'm the chapter president for SEIU Local 521. I'm here to speak to you about my disappointment in management current proposal. Over the past several years, we worked with the district in good faith to take a 1% or less, just to get the district through tough times. During the pandemic, all of us were essential. None of us could work from home. We continue to come to work to serve students' lunches. We continue to come to work to clean classrooms and school sites. SEIU members are among some of the lowest paid workers in the district. And the district still refuses to reclass their position to be more competitive among other districts in the area. Reclassing these low-paid positions like custodians and cafeteria workers would also help these workers survive in this high cost of living area instead of forcing them to work 2 or 3 jobs. The district continues to save money from the vacancies that are never filled. SEIU is demanding that the district respect our bargaining unit, just like the others, by providing reclassifications for our lowest paid workers instead of attacking our bargaining unit for issues that do not exist. We offer to partner with the district in seeking funding for new buses, etc., and the district hasn't even tried to do so to date. The fact is that this district has a healthy reserve fund, and there is no reason for them to be coming after any bargaining unit for concessions. We also want to settle this contract and enjoy our summer like other bargaining units, but we need the district to be realistic and fair at the bargaining table. I just wanted to share something with everybody that I got today from students at my school. And it says, "Dear Miss Adriana, we appreciate you picking up all the trash, even when the kids don't take care of their own mess. We also thank you for cleaning up the schools so we can walk in, we feel like home. We're also thankful for your love and support. Our school wouldn't be clean without you. So we hope you have a good summer." And it's from room number 16. And Mrs. Simpson, just wanted to share this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Anyone else we have?
No.
Okay, thanks, Sharon. Then, we'll go to the next one, the public comments. And this public comments, it's like the first 20 minutes. We will keep it. Anything more than that, it will be after end of the agenda items come. So do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 5.
5, okay. So we'll keep it 3 minutes then, as it is, since we have only 5. Okay, thank you. Let's go.
If you
Call
could,
the names, please.
if you could please raise your hand or come to the podium if you're in person. Katie Burnett, Helen Fong, Yolanda Duran. Katie, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Katie Burnett, and I have just finished my 24th year of teaching in the district, and I still live paycheck to paycheck. Let me repeat that. I have just finished my 24th year in this district, and I still live paycheck to paycheck. I was incredibly upset to get the memo yesterday that notified us that our retroactive pay is not coming to us until the end of June. Honestly, I felt like it was a gut punch after all we've done and dealt with all year long, and how incredibly hard it was. I'm a single woman trying to live on a teacher's salary in Silicon Valley, and you're going to hold it until the end of June? After not having a raise for the last 3 to 4 years, getting that retro pay by mid-June would go a long way to help me make it through the summer without going into debt. It would also be a mark of goodwill towards the employees who've had a very tough few years dealing with COVID, spiking prices, incomes not keeping up with the cost of living here, and extreme stress. It's not like the old days when you'd have to print the checks and sign them and deliver them. I see no reason why it cannot be distributed as soon as possible since everything is computerized. I implore you to move up the dispersal of retro pay to June 15th. It would make a huge difference to your employees and perhaps even how they feel about the district. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. The next person.
Yolanda, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to take this down. Hello, my name is Yolanda Duran, and I have been a bus driver here at the district for over 29 years. I am also currently on the SEIU negotiation team. I have watched managers come and go, and with every new manager, they try to make changes, and it isn't always for the better. Right now, we have a fleet of 34 buses, and of those, half are over 25 years old, and 9 of the buses are spares, which all of them are over 30 years old with no air conditioning. We have a high rate of buses breaking down, and when the mechanics try to fix them, they have a hard time finding parts because our buses are so old. In negotiations, we brought up the fact that management should be trying to purchase new buses with grant money, which we know is available at the state level. We also let them know that our political director told us that there are bills and grants available for the district to get new buses and equipment for those buses. We welcome all the board members to take a look at all of our buses in person. During the pandemic, the bus drivers were asked to help with student nutrition, which we were glad to do. But while we were helping, the district reduced the bus drivers' hours from 8 to 7 permanently. And now during this negotiations, all we asked was that language be changed to reflect 7 hours if they were not going to go back to 8. And then they took that as an invitation to attack us and even threatened to cut us down to 5 hours. If we didn't take their concessions, we told them their bargaining tactics were not in good faith. And on behalf of the negotiation team and all of its members, please do right by us, because most of us are living paycheck to paycheck. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunda.
Helen Fong, Kim James, and Ajin Lee, if you could please raise your hands. Oh, Kim, I'm sorry. I don't see her on, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. So the first night of my summer vacation is here because I, as Katie, also read the memo yesterday in regards to our retroactive pay and saw that we were not getting our money until June 30th. And I was like, what? I can't believe this. It was a slap in the face because our bargaining team worked tirelessly all year long through the MOUs, through the tentative agreements, through everything that we've had to deal with this year. And they were told that if it didn't come on the June 1st check, it would be a separate check on June 10th. June 10th is tomorrow. Yet we're now being told June 30th. And I didn't even see the sentence in there. It was like hidden at the end of the June information of our summer payroll memorandum. I actually had to email back and say, do you have any information about our retroactive pay? And she, 4 words, please read the memo. I was like, well, that was kind of rude. So I reread it more carefully. And the very last sentence says your retroactive pay will come as a separate check on June 30th, not highlighted, bolded like everything else. So I was like, okay, I don't understand this. So I've been fuming since yesterday. I've texted with our union president. He apparently has spoken to Stacy. I don't know if there's been any changes since this morning, but we are all livid. So, you know, thanks to the start of our summer, you guys.
Thank you.
The last speakers again, Helen Fong or Ajin Lee. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. So
Oh, I'm sorry. There's Ajin Lee. Ajin, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm really sorry about Teacher Katie talk about the situation about the paycheck. I'm really sorry about the drivers has such difficult situation, which has no air condition and really, bad driving gears to serve students. Now I really want to speak out. I think our school district need to focus on the basic things that, like the very basic, take care of good teachers, take care all the good workers, and also take care students' need. Please don't do the brainwash that we have, enrollment decline. I'm in the residence for over 30 years right here. And I do understand that compared to the early time, which is 15 years ago, now our enrollment just back to the normal. Please don't do the brainwash because we don't need, when the student, a lot of students moving to the, Cupertino School District add the portable classroom in the campus and put, have a student have a last space to do the sport, to exercise, to experience the life, and to do a lot like science, music, arts, those things. Now we just get a chance to back to the normal size of the schools. Some students for the, younger students' developments of their growing, they need space. Some students, a lot of students, for the younger students, they need a smaller size, classroom size to grow, to learn. Please don't take away our right to learn. Students have different style of learning. Don't pack our students in really condensed, giant, huge classroom, especially West San Jose. I don't know how you treat the West San Jose students. You put 3 alternative school right here, and just make our West San Jose residents has only one feeding school to middle school and high school. This is really not fair to students. Can you take away the portable room and get to student has normal learning compared to Saratoga, compared to Los Gatos? We have money. We have money, please. Thank you.
thanks, Ajin. Do you have anyone?
That's
more?
it.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. So we have actually for a public hearing on the LCAP and the budget adoption. So should I?
We'll just.
Yeah, we'll open it up for public comments on this subject specifically. Do you have anyone, Aaron?
We do not have any public comments submitted.
Okay, then we'll close that. Anything more to be done on that? No, that's it. Okay. Okay, then we'll go to the consent items. I think we have one Apple. So
I'll move 6.1.
okay, thanks, fellas. You made a motion for 6.1. And can we have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thanks, Jerry. And can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Trustee Lu,
Aye.
Trustee Cunningham, accuse and abstain. Trustee Vogel.
Aye.
Trustee Leon.
Aye.
Trustee Madhato.
Aye. Thank you. The next one is from 6.2 to 6.17.
I'll move 6.2 to 6.17.
Thanks, Laurie. Can I get a second, please?
I can second.
Thanks, Sylvia. And can we have a roll call?
Trustee Lu,
Aye.
Trustee Cunningham,
Aye.
Trustee Vogel.
Aye.
Trustee Leon,
Aye.
Trustee Madhato.
Aye. Thanks, consents are over. Now we move to information presentation. We have safe routes to school.
And happy to have Cherie here with us, and Leslie, and she will share updates on the work that's being done.
Actually, Cherie will do all the updates for us tonight. So I'm excited to have Cherie here. She typically comes on an annual basis. And I just have to share that, you know, working with the city of Cupertino has been wonderful. Certainly the Safe Routes to School program. They are absolutely collaborative partners who have our students in their minds at all times. And it is because of Cherie's diligent, amazing work. So I'm excited to have her share with you the work that they have in place and the work that we are embarking on. And I'm going to turn it over to Cherie.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Ooh, that's loud. Thank you, board and Superintendent Yao, for having me. So just quickly, the topics we'll go over today are briefly mission goals framework of ease, which is kind of, you know, all about our program in general. And then we'll give you a quick walk audit status, talk a little bit about student travel tallies, school, what we've been doing as a response to the school closures, talk about some new program highlights, and then some collaborations we're doing across cities and across the districts. So they're kind of, yeah, thanks for making it grow a little bit. I'm not going to read everything. So in the middle here is our mission. Around the perimeter is our goals. But just to summarize, Cupertino Safe Routes to School revolves around the idea that walking, biking, scootering, carpooling, these are all great ways to get to school for so many reasons. It's for every student that's walking or biking, it's one less car on the road. So it's good for congestion. It's good for air quality around the schools. Less cars on the road means safer streets for everyone. Also, getting a little exercise before school has proven that it helps students concentrate better. You know, a little movement before school is good for your physical health, your mental health, helps you sleep better. So many good reasons to encourage walking and biking to school. Next, please. In addition to our goals, we have the guiding principles that are listed up here. And I'll just let you absorb them for a second. Again, I don't want to take time to read every word, but again, it's all about getting kids to walk and bike to school more. And we do all of this through our framework of ease, which is on the next slide. For those of you who aren't as familiar with Safe Routes to School, we accomplish our goals through all of these. So we start with engineering at the top, making our roads safe for students. And CUSD, Leslie in particular, has been such a great collaborator in helping us look at each of our school sites to see where improvements need to be made. And so the city, we've both been working on installing all of these improvements, which we'll talk about later. And then from there, we like to educate our students on how to be safe walkers and bikers. And then once they know all that, we encourage them to get out and walk and bike. And then we work with all the schools to evaluate them. We do annual travel tallies to see how many kids are walking and biking and carpooling. And then we also work with the sheriff's office to do enforcement around the schools, making sure our drivers are behaving properly, kids are wearing their helmets, that kind of thing. We try to make it as equitable as possible. We want to make our program available to all the students in the city. And the foundation of all of it is our engagement with our partners, such as CUSD and all of our schools and community groups. So as I mentioned before, in the engineering part, we went around to all of our schools and did what's called a walk audit, which is where we walk around the school and identify what's working well in terms of the commute to school and where are hot spots that could use some safety upgrades. And so there was about 144 items on a huge list of, that we compiled for all the schools. And of those items, about 80 of them are complete. 10% are in progress and 10% require a bit more coordination because they're larger. Note that these don't include the changes around Regnart since it's closing. And just as a quick note about the last slide, some of the ones that are still left to be done are much larger items that require a lot of coordination, for example, with the county, because some things are on county land, or we require a feasibility study, for example, for a bike facility in front of Lawson that we're looking at, or some coordination with residents where we need to do work in front of their houses. So this slide is a historic snapshot of the travel tallies that we do every year with the schools. The last line is fall 2021. And so it tells you how many students walk, bike, but take the bus, how many are taking the family vehicle, how many kids are carpooling, taking transit or others such as scooters. And then the column in red is everything combined except the family vehicle. That's kind of the number that we're most interested in because we want to encourage everything but the family vehicle. So we're a little bit down this year. Alternative travel. Yeah, we'd like to get that back up to above 50. We noticed that a lot of, after COVID, our carpooling went down quite a bit, which is understandable. People don't want to be in a closed space in a car with other people during a pandemic. So luckily it didn't drop too much. A lot of people actually switched to walking instead of driving, but some people switched to driving. And one update in terms of the travel tallies that we do, historically, we've done them both in the fall and the spring, but we're actually the only city in the region that does it twice a year. So we've decided to eliminate our spring travel tallies to free up the teacher space and also our own time. And because it doesn't actually buy us a lot of bang for the buck to do that second round, but we are going to be doing more bike counts in replacement. So I just wanted to let you know what we're doing in terms of school closures. So Regnart's closing, as you very well know, and a lot of the students are coming to Lincoln Elementary School. And then I believe Blue Hills is closing. And so some of those students, not a whole lot, but some are coming to Eaton in Cupertino. And so we've done a lot for Lincoln in particular. So we've expanded the loading and unloading zones behind the school so that there's more capacity for all these new parents that are driving in. We've also been working with Monta Vista and Lincoln and have designated a spot on in one of Monta Vista's parking lots where people can drive and drop off their students if they want to organize a walking school bus, which is the idea that one or two parents would volunteer to walk in a whole group of kids. So that will also help, we hope, to alleviate some of the traffic right in front of the school. And it can be accessed sort of from behind the school, so they don't have to go on McClellan right in front of the school. We're also developing drop-off and pickup maps to alert parents of these new changes and also just to explain the behaviors and the flow that we'd like to see at the school. We're also updating our suggested routes to school map, both for Lincoln and for Eaton, actually, so that we can include a new route from the school area where new kids are coming in from. And then we're also tentatively looking, we've recommended a parking lot modification at Lincoln, which would extend the drop-off lane quite a bit. It's going to be very expensive. So we're working with the district to identify funding. There's a slight possibility, I don't want to say slight, actually. We've been also talking to Apple to see if we can use some of our funding that we would have used on Regnart to use on the Lincoln parking lot. TBD, we'll see. I'll keep you posted. So this is an example of the drop-off map that we are creating. I don't think it's entirely finalized, but it's getting close. This is the front, and you'll notice that it tells you kind of how to come in, and then you can make a left-hand turn, which is because that clogs the parking lot, and then it fills up, and then nobody can enter, and it just creates gridlock. So, and then on the bottom, it details the new parking that we've expanded. And then it gives some safety tips. Yeah, go ahead. And then on the back, it just gives more details. It looks like the walking school bus is not on here. So we're going to be developing another flyer separate from this that we'll distribute at the beginning of the school year. And I just wanted to highlight some of the new additions to our program, one of which is a new staff member. Her name is Birgit, and she's fabulous. She brings a lot of experience. She worked both in Mountain View and Santa Clara, and she's super smart. She was kind of a rocket scientist. So we're really glad to have her. She's just really smart and she's got great ideas. Anyway, she kind of led us through a 5-year planning process. So we took a really close look at what we're doing currently and what we can do better to fill any gaps that we feel like are missing. And I'll just mention one of the things because we did our first one last weekend. We'd like to, as one of our things that we're still not quite done with the 5-year plan. I hope to bring that back next fall to show you the finalized version. But one of the things we've identified is we'd like to capture the families as they enter each grade level, or not grade level, but like school level. So at the elementary school, we want to capture the kinder parents. At the middle school, we want to capture the 6th graders, et cetera. So for the kinders, we've dreamed up this thing called a kindergarten parade, where they meet ahead of, before school starts off campus. And then we give them a little safety blurb, tell them how to be safe crossing the street. And then we have a little song and they wave their hands and they walk into the school site and get to play on the playground. So this is our kinder parade. And we actually tried it out on Saturday at Faria, and it was so much fun. And in addition to that, we also have a new pedestrian education program that we just rolled out this year. Because of COVID, we didn't have a lot of uptake, but 2 of our schools did participate at the very end of the school year. It's designed for 2nd graders, and it's a 2-part program where they get a classroom presentation about being a safe pedestrian. And then the following day or a couple days later, they go on a little walk around the block so that they actually get to put it in practice. And because, some of us are very kinesthetic learners, so we need to do it to really learn it. Oh, and there's the kinder parades. I forgot I put it on there. Another new addition, which doesn't affect necessarily you, but it will affect the kids once they've moved beyond CUSD, is a new high school grant program where we're offering, let me back up. So since 2018, we've had 2 high school representatives at each of our high schools be a part of our working group. And so this year we've given those representatives a chance to apply for $500 to bring Safe Routes to School programming to their schools, because we couldn't do that because of COVID, but they have so many good ideas that we really wanted to help them figure out how to do that themselves. And they gave a presentation last night at our working group, and they just are amazing. They did Bike for Boba, Don't Drive for Donuts. They did a survey to see how kids figure out what the barriers are, see why kids like to bike and walk, what incentives would motivate them. They're doing it great. And one of them had a lunchtime event. Anyway, so this is to come for students once they move out. And we're also thinking of doing something similar for middle schools. We might add that into our 5-year plan if you guys think that's a good idea. Let's see. And then we also periodically we do crossing guard warrant studies, and we just conducted one in April. We just got the results back from our data counter about a week ago. So now in-house, we need to massage the data and figure out what it all means. And so that's anticipated to be completed in the next couple of weeks. And so that's always interesting to see. And that will sort of determine if our crossing guards are put in the right place. And based on the usage of the intersections. So I do a lot of collaboration with different cities in the regions, mostly Sunnyvale and San Jose. For example, we do a middle school bike skills workshop over the course of the summer. And Sunnyvale decided to do the same thing this summer. So we worked together to make sure our class dates didn't overlap, to make sure we would, so that they complemented each other rather than competed with each other. We actually wanted to do a joint flyer, but then it didn't get approved somewhere along the line. So fortunately that didn't happen, but we were definitely on each other's minds and we're helping each other make it happen. I've been collaborating with both Sunnyvale and the county Safe Routes to School program on this idea that we'd love to get Safe Routes to School programs in the classroom if possible. And this was inspired by something San Mateo is doing, where they had a a sustainability type of teacher training and they could choose kind of if they wanted to incorporate watershed issues or food issues or clean energy or transportation. And we really were impressed with their transportation thread, if that's the right word. So we were trying to emulate that and offered it to our teachers last year, but unfortunately no one took us up on it. So we're kind of rethinking it and we're looking at doing it again in another year or two. And then I've also started talking to Sunnyvale and San Jose about something called Riding for Focus. It's a middle school bike skills program where it would be like one unit in PE where a teacher would teach kids about biking. And the program comes with a fleet of bicycles and helmets, a teacher training, and a curriculum that they would, ready-made for them to implement. And we know that it's really important to CUSD to have programs be available to all rather than to just one city. So we're hoping that we can do a cost sharing. I'm kind of waiting right now for Sunnyvale to learn from their council if they have approval to fund it. So fingers crossed, we'll see. And then we also need to find PE teachers. That's a tricky one too. And then one of the things that I've had in mind since I started here is the way we do our bike rodeos. And a bike rodeo is basically where we set up, a vendor comes in and sets up a little course on the campus, kind of like a mini city with fake facades and pretend sidewalks and a little tiny, the railway arm that comes down with tracks. They can practice going over and stop signs and stuff. Where was I going with that? So, so that's one thing that we do at our bike fest, but at our schools themselves, it's a lot more basic. It's just chalk and cones and some tape. And it's good. It's a good start. And it happens after school. And coming though from Palo Alto, where they have this incredibly robust bike rodeo program that teaches kids how to be safe bikers. And it's for an entire grade. And the kids sort of descend on the blacktop and they all go through this like 6 or 7 stations. And it's just really well run. But it takes a lot of setup. And I find that the chalk and the tape kind of blends in with all the other like marking and the lines on the blacktop. So I feel like it's kind of hard to, and we're trying to get the kids to envision this as a street, which I feel like is tricky. So I've been dreaming about this idea of a traffic garden, which is actually a mini city that's built out of concrete and like real streets and sidewalks and working traffic lights, but in a mini scale in a park or something, where our kids could come on a field trip rather than, because I tried to implement the Palo Alto style rodeo in one of our schools and it just was really hard to find the time and it was tricky. But if we had a place to go, that's my pie in the sky dream. We'll see if it ever happens. But I have been working with a lot of other cities on the idea and how we might be able to make it happen. And if it were up to me, I would put it in Memorial Park where they're going to be filling in the ponds. Let's see, another inner city collaboration that we've done are maps. So Los Altos has started this thing called, it's an app called School Routes, where we all have our suggested routes to school maps. Cupertino has them online. We also have an interactive map that our GIS team put together, but Los Altos doesn't have that. So they wanted something where they could have their maps online. And they offered us to join on. And some of the things that they were offering is kind of works better than the GIS map that we have. So we've been working together on this app to see if we can get it for our schools too. And then we do a lot of collaboration between the 2 school districts, CUSD and FUHSD as well. So just last night, actually, our city council approved a crossing guard cost sharing agreement where both of the school districts is contributing the cost of 1 guard. Thank you for that. And then we're also collaborating with Lincoln Elementary and Monte Vista on 2 things. Both at the school level and the district level. One of them is a path that would run between the 2 schools, between the parking lots, so that Kennedy students could have a safe passage to get from north of the two schools on McClellan to Kennedy behind them. And then we've also, again, I mentioned this one earlier, but we're working with the districts and schools on a walking school bus location at Monte Vista for kids at Lincoln. And that is the end of my presentation. And I just thank Leslie in particular for all of your collaboration and help with everything.
Thanks, Sherry. Let's open up for some questions, discussions, comments. Anyone can start. You want to?
I just have a question.
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. That was great. It's
You're
nice,
welcome.
nice to be updated on what's going on. We have 3 other cities that we serve that have only a couple of schools. Santa Clara, Saratoga, and Los Altos. Are you also attempting to collaborate with them, or what does that look like? Or is that in the future, or?
That's a really good question. So I have been hoping to figure out how to collaborate with them. I noticed recently that Saratoga is just starting a community engagement process to start a Safe Routes to School program. So once that's formed, I hope to be tight-knit with them. And then Santa Clara has expressed interest in collaborating. They don't have necessarily a dedicated Safe Routes person. It's just their transportation person. So I've had conversations with them, but it's
Work in progress.
Yeah, exactly. And then I've had a couple conversations recently with Los Altos, both about the maps and about some areas near Stevens Creek Elementary where we wanted to do some improvements from our walk audit list that we thought was in Los Altos. It turns out it's in the unincorporated county, but through that conversation, we really both got the sense that we'd love to collaborate together, both on whatever we can, whether it be, we're going to be updating our maps in a couple years, or maybe in 2 school years, because a lot of changes have happened on the road. So it's time to update our maps. But a lot of our students come from Los Altos. So we kind of planted a seed that we'll be working together to develop those new maps and make sure that our routes extend outside of our city to make sure that the kids coming from Los Altos know what the best route is for them to take as well.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thanks, Philip. Yep. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go
Yeah.
next. So first of all, thank you, Sherry, for the presentation. Great presentation. I know you've been doing great work with the Safe Routes to School program. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions and maybe a couple of feedback, and maybe I'll just do that in one round to save
Correct,
time.
correct, yeah.
So you talked about the 144 items in the walk audit, and I was wondering if you could share a couple of them with us, just so we get a sense of what are the kind of things that get identified and addressed in the walk audit.
Sure. I'll mention the biggest ones because they come to mind first.
Mhm.
And I'm realizing that they're near FUHSD schools, but they're still part of the list. So for example, at Cupertino High School, there was a lot of congestion around this one area leading up to the school. So we widened the sidewalk to 5 feet in the hopes that kids could both walk or ride the bike there. So it's like a multi-use path. A lot of changes have been made at the Sunnyvale Cupertino border in front of Homestead High School at that intersection of Mary and Homestead. A lot of that work was done by Sunnyvale, but there's a few things that we're doing. We're going to be adding bollards soon along the bike lanes just before and after the intersection, and to prevent turning behaviors that we don't want to see outside of the parking lots. What else? We've added a lot of signage and striping. So for example, near Lawson, and a lot of places, there's these sort of signs that are like this big in the middle of the road that say yield to pedestrian. And it's not only a reminder for cars to be careful, but it also in a way narrows the lane, not by much, but visually it narrows the lane. And when you narrow the lane like that, people slow down. So it's also a deterrent for speeding.
Got it.
So
Okay.
that's the kind of
Thanks.
thing.
So it sounds like a number of these actually involve some sort of infrastructure change as improvements, really. So
Yeah.
it's really great to see.
Yeah, a lot of them also are, for example, high visibility crosswalks near schools.
Right. Okay. My second question is around the crossing guards. And so I know the city council had approved the new plan that involves the school districts sort of contributing. And to my knowledge, that in the past, the city's been able to cover the cost. So this seems to me, at least in my memory, the first time the districts have been asked to sort of pitch in. Just wondering if you could share a little bit of the history behind that. Is it because the needs grew and the city was not able to support this, or you could say a little bit more about that.
Sure, I'd be happy
The
to.
city council meetings are far too long, so I just read the summary and go on. So if you could.
That's okay. They didn't actually discuss it. It was on consent, but
Okay, well, then I didn't miss anything.
but I'll give you the history. So FUHSD has actually been contributing since 2016.
Okay.
And our contract was due to expire this year. In fact, it's expiring this month. And so in anticipation of that expiring, we asked if they'd be willing to renew the contract and continue to contribute. And they expressed interest in a more of a joint three-way partnership because we all work so closely together for our kids' safety, that they thought just as a good faith effort to show that everyone supports the program, it made sense for both school districts to contribute.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right, thank you. Just, I guess maybe just a couple of points that the high school grant program you talked about, I would certainly encourage you. I know you mentioned you're thinking about bringing that to the middle schools. We have a lot of creative middle school students, and I think can come up with a lot of things. So encourage that. And you also mentioned bringing some of this pedestrian education into the classroom for the teachers. I was talking to my daughter before coming here about what I'm going to be doing tonight. I mentioned Safe Routes to School, and she said, "Oh, I've been in the Safe Routes to School club." I learned something after the year's over. So at least at Kennedy, there's a Safe Routes to School club. They meet during lunchtime, and so maybe you could start there. I think it'd be really great if there was a way for us to collaborate and bring some of that into the classroom.
In fact, our high school grant program kind of started as a middle school grant program before I started at the city, but I kind of saw it through. It was midway when I started.
Well, if you could help us get some of that money, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll reinstitute it because it was just for that 1 year.
All right, thank you.
Your daughter isn't Elizabeth by any chance?
She is Elizabeth. You know her?
Oh.
Oh, I guess.
She was one of our she applied to be on our Safe Routes to School working group, and we were very impressed with her application.
Kidding.
And for what it's worth,
about your teenage kids. Thank you.
I might have met her at the club meetings, but and if it weren't for the fact that we already had 2 established representatives, she was one of our top candidates.
Okay. Oh. Wow. Learn at school board meetings.
There you go.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, Lori.
Sure, happy to go. So Sheree, thank you, first of all, for all of the update and the presentation. For the map, the new map and suggested elements around Lincoln. So you mentioned the walking school bus is going to be an add-on by fall. And is that from like the backside over on Fort Baker, or where is that coming from?
So it'll be at the Monta Vista student parking lot, which is not the closest one, but we all felt that it made the most sense because there's a portion of the parking lot that's dedicated for cell phone use, kind of like at the airport. If your person you're picking up hasn't exited the building, you can't stop and wait for them. So the same idea at the high school. If your student's not there, you don't want to be right in front of the school. So there's these places where you can stop and park, and your kid will call you when they're done. Those are mostly needed in the afternoon, not needed in the morning because you're not waiting for any kids at that point. So they said that we could use those spots.
Got it. So the idea would be the kids would walk together over there and then. Got it. Okay. And then, so as that neighborhood is expanding for Lincoln with the Regnart closure, like I come from a attendance area that's pretty large. So a large part of our kids ride for our elementary school. And I'm wondering if you're thinking about any sort of group riding activities at the beginning of the school year. Like I know my youngest, who is a daily rider, in the spring of May of 3rd grade for Bike to School week is sort of when we made that transition of mom and dad are peeling off and you're going to start riding by yourself. And, he kind of practiced for the end of 3rd grade so that then by the time 4th grade started, he was ready to go. So I'm just wondering if there's maybe an opportunity with some of our upper graders coming from like that Regnart area to start the school year off with some sort of bike activity.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. So for something like that to work, it really requires parents sort of championship. And unfortunately, we don't have a parent champion at Lincoln.
Okay.
if you know anybody who would want to come, I know you have some ins at Lincoln. If you know anyone who would like to be a champion.
on it,
Okay, thanks. But I think it's a great idea. And actually that Safe Routes app that I mentioned that Los Altos is starting, they have something that they're working on is called a school depot, where the parents can organize meetup spots for their cyclists. So maybe what we should do, now that you mention it, is partner with Lincoln in particular to try to pilot that program to see how well it takes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking the expanded, geographical zone now is going to be similar size to like, the mile range where I was coming from. So, okay. And then I was just going to mention to you, so you mentioned the education program and there were like a couple of different topics, and watershed was one of them, but have you thought at all about McClellan? Your McClellan Preserve runs like some of our schools go to it for their watershed unit for science. So that might be one that you might explore with the McClellan Ranch staff if there's any opportunity there already in their curriculum.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We don't have, I'll keep that in mind as we do this again. If we do a similar environmental overall thing, we were thinking about spinning off and just doing our own thing next time.
Got it.
And it's but that's interesting to keep in mind. I'll keep that in the back.
Yeah, and I know DeVargas does. I'm trying to think who else does the watershed unit at McClellan. Do you remember somebody else? I don't know. But anyway, and then I assume if you're already in contact with Andreanne, that you know that we have a Safe Routes committee meeting coming up for Los Altos on 6/23, and I'm sure you would be welcome to attend if you wanted to. You were talking about partnerships.
Didn't know about that, but I would love to. I used to go to Sunnyvale's meetings, and I didn't know any other cities were having meetings. So I'm always interested in what's happening around.
I will try to remember to loop you in. With
Great,
her.
thanks.
Okay. Oh, Leslie will do it. There we go. Thanks. Okay. And that's it for me.
Thanks,
Thank
Lori.
you, Katish.
Sylvia.
My colleagues have asked pretty much all my questions. I think my only reflection is, I feel jealous that Cupertino has this great program with all of these different features that some of the other schools in our district don't get to have the same kind of championship. So I know, like, because I did the walk audits in San Jose, I did the safety patrol and walking school bus, all that stuff, but a lot of it was more parent led. So if you can try to push that relationship with San Jose, Sunnyvale, Saratoga, all of these other cities, I think it would be great, especially if you already have a working model like this, because I know some of the cities just don't have the same level of resources or time to commit to this kind of stuff.
Right. I will say that San Jose actually has a pretty robust Safe Routes. They call it a walk and roll program. And the schools have to opt in and fill out an agreement. So if there's a particular school in mind or all schools, I can connect you with the person who would be who's in charge, basically, if you're interested in that.
Yeah.
That's it, Sylvia.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Sylvia. Then I think Jerry and the fellows asked the questions which I wanted to ask, but I think a couple of tough questions or easy questions I'll ask. Is there some big projects upcoming for you, like kind of like now this most of the things like in the 144 items which is being kind of taken care or planned, something in the next couple of years, something big ones are coming you're working on?
Yeah, so the big ones that are coming are one of them I mentioned is the Lawson Bikeway. And we've been looking at that over the course of the past couple years, and it became evident that we really needed a professional to do a deep dive and look at the traffic implications and the parking removal and what really would be feasible, and give us a couple of concepts and cost proposals so that we can see if it would make more sense to have a path on the sort of shared between the land of the city and the school district, or would it make more sense to have a two-way protected bike lane just along the frontage of the school? That would be a lot cheaper, but it would remove parking. So that's one big thing. Another thing that we just studied and will be implementing this summer is a separated bikeway in front of Kennedy Middle School along Bub. We did a 2-week pilot in April and it went really well. So that's moving forward. We're going to be doing studies look at potentially extending it, but I don't know where that's going to go yet. Couple of other things are some improvements around Stevens Creek Elementary School, where there's no sidewalk in the unincorporated county. So we're talking to the county about what could possibly be done there. So that's moving along. And then crossing guard warrant studies are another big one. So a lot of locations were recommended through the walk audit process. So we studied all of our existing locations and all of these additional locations that have been recommended, plus a few more that were recommended by community members. And I would love to put crossing guards at all of the locations in the walk audit. Our warrant study will tell us where they're most needed. And then some other things that will come out of the traffic study. It also included stop sign warrant studies where people have requested stop signs or they were recommended in the walk audits. So we may be putting stop signs in. So those are most of the big ones that are left.
That's great.
Yeah, and we're hoping to finish them in the next year.
Okay, cool. The Lincoln area, right? Lincoln now, because a lot of new people are coming from Ragnat, right? And the existing people, right? So a lot of changes are happening. So how is it going to be communicated? Because a lot of concerned parents are there. This is one of the biggest concerns when people are moving from Ragnat to Lincoln, right? So how is that communication going back? And the new, is it like school is taking care, or how a parent will know that this is what the new way of doing it?
Sure. So we've been working closely with the school to develop, for example, our drop-off map and the walking school bus. And so we'll provide the information, the printouts, and then with the district's approval, we would actually print them so that they would be provided in first day packets. And then we would also, if she's interested, offer to work with the principal for messaging that she could email as well. But it goes through the schools.
Yeah. I think
Leslie's works very closely, so we'll make sure that those items get out.
I know. I think the biggest challenge would be, I think that's what a concern, at least consistently we were getting. That's good, actually, which you are working and reaching out to parents. Thanks, then appreciate all your. Any other second round questions? Any public comments here, Erin?
No, there are not.
Okay, then that's it. Then thanks.
Okay, thank you so much.
Very great presentation. Next, we'll go for the 7-11 committee recommendation. I think Chris and.
This is Richard Lowenthal. I'll be speaking during the presentation.
Getting Chris his microphone here, so we are limited on
Hi,
mics for
Hi,
ours.
Richard. Good evening. Let me say a couple words and then I'll turn it over to Richard. I do want to thank the community, especially Richard Lowenthal staff as well. I mean, tonight you'll have an opportunity to hear first the findings of the committee's work after many nights of meetings and a lot of information back and forth, and actually a lot of community input. Tonight, we'll be sharing with you a draft of the recommendations from the 7-11 committee in regards to the Regnart and Meyerholtz and the Montebello school sites. So with that, let me introduce Richard Lowenthal, our chairperson. Richard?
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to serve as the chair of this committee and make the recommendation tonight. Just to give some background, the choices that you make for how to use those district properties is yours. We just have some recommendations for your consideration and are here to discuss those recommendations. So why don't you take us through the slides? Next slide. So we had great staff support. I would say especially Chris and Tina, who worked many hours to support us, and Jackie as well. And we appreciate it very much. It made our job easy. Next slide. Here's our membership. It's a broad membership, all points of view. Everybody had a chance to speak, and you know, there was obviously some different points of view that we took into account and discussed through, I think we had an excellent committee appointed by the district. Next slide. So thanks. And thanks especially to staff, as mentioned already, but also to the community who, in every meeting, somebody from the community would speak. We had a hearing where we did an especially broad outreach. We wanted to outreach in particular beyond the parent community because these would have some impacts on the community, the non-school community that's in the geographic areas of these of the schools of Regnart, Meyerholtz, and Montebello. Here's our timeline. We started in January. We finished with this proposal May 24th, presenting it tonight and potentially in your next meeting if you'd like me to come back. We had 6 meetings, including a public hearing on May 3rd. Next slide. So our mission was to figure out what to do with 3 properties that the district is no longer holding classes in, and in particular to look at selling Montebello, but leasing out Meyerholtz and Regnart, and what our recommendations for doing that would be. That mission was established by you. And we've managed to stay within that mission in the work that we've done and our recommendation tonight. This is Regnart. It seems that all schools are around 9 or 10 acres. This is my neighborhood where my kids went to school, where I did a lot of volunteering, and I still walk to occasionally. So obviously it meant more to me because I know the school so well. Next slide. Meyerholtz is in San Jose. Regnart is in Cupertino. Meyerholtz is in San Jose, also 10 acres. Next slide. Montebello's up in the mountains. It's not been used for a while. If you know the history, it was part of the Montebello's own school district. And then was given to CUSD a few years back when Montebello's attendance could no longer support having a school up there in the mountains. Here's when we had our meetings, all normally publicly noticed. The May 3rd meeting had extraordinary notice in all the local newspapers and other communication methods that we have. So the feedback we got from the community, of course, mostly what we heard is that they wanted classes to continue at Meyerholtz and Regnart. I'm sure you've heard plenty of that yourselves. The community was expressed a desire to not declare Meyerholtz and Regnart surplus. The implication of being declared surplus only means that the board can do what they want with those properties, including holding classes there. So declaring them surplus gives you the most flexibility with the future of those properties, and we'll see how that comes up in our recommendation. In lieu of continuing to have classes, CUSD classes at Meyerholtz and Regnart, the community is hoping for a future where the demographics change again and those schools may be reopened, and that expression of interest from the community had a lot of impact on us, and has a lot of impact on our recommendation. That is, to be prepared for a future where it might change again. In my history in Cupertino, we saw that, for instance, with Eaton School, where it was closed and then reopened as the demographics change and CUSD needs changed. So there was a lot of interest in that. In particular, there was a desire to not see the land be used for purposes other than education, or in particular for purposes that might require changes on the property that would make returning them to being used for school purposes difficult. And then we had some discussion about moving other district functions like the district office, like the central kitchen, like transportation needs onto these sites, the Regnart and Meyerholt site. So we looked at a lot of information about the existing schools, about the enrollment trends that I know that you use to make your decisions. We looked at what other, actually not other committees, other 7-Eleven committees have recommended in order to get a feel for what we might do ourselves. I think next. Okay, so we found that the Montebello site could be disposed of without impacting district functions, and the district could pursue sale or lease with option. But we also found that Montebello, that maybe with the, we got an idea from a real estate consultant to our committee, which was that the Montebello property could be used in an exchange. The advantage of using in an exchange, if the district is to sell the Montebello properties, then the proceeds from that can only be used for capital improvements in the district. If you did an exchange, you possibly could do an exchange with something that could provide revenue to the district, which then could be used in the general fund. So we think the district should consider that. We think the district should continue to work with a real estate advisor who might suggest that an exchange would work better for the district if the district interest was in finding revenue, recurring revenue that could be used for general fund, as opposed to revenue that could only be used for capital improvement. So that's something to consider. We found, based frankly on our mission, that Meyerholtz and Regnart should not be disposed of, and that they can be leased out for purposes consistent with zoning in San Jose and Cupertino. Next. So after reading all of these documents, after hearing from people in the community, we have the first recommendation is that you declare these sites surplus. That allows you the maximum amount of freedom for how to use these properties, including using them for district purposes, including using them for education and for classes. So once they're declared surplus, you have the maximum flexibility for how to use these properties. Next slide. So we don't think Meyerholtz nor Regnart should be considered for sale. We don't think that the district should pursue getting changes in zoning, and that's because first it would take a lot of time, and then during which there'd be no revenue. And secondly, there was a strong emphasis from the community to keep them available for education. The third thing on the left side is that that we think that the property should be consistent with the state architect's requirements and district requirements for education, so that they could easily be returned back to your portfolio for having classes. So whoever we may lease those properties to, or you may lease those properties to, we think they should not do any renovations that are inconsistent with using the properties for education. With regard to the leases, there are some entities that have expressed interest that would like to lease entire sites. There are others that don't, that they want a smaller a smaller area, and I think both of those should be considered. We think that there should be some options in the leases that allow you to terminate more or less at will or within a year, so that if the district finds another use for the properties, including returning them for classroom use, that you'll have the ability to get those back. So when you lease the properties, we think you should provide an option for you to terminate the lease within a year. Recommended uses, we think the site should be used for educational purposes, including private schools. We do not recommend that you use them for housing. You have that option, but the committee does not believe that's a good use. We do think that there's an opportunity for the district to rent less space, for example, the Mary Avenue space, and move some district office functions to the Meyerholtz and Regnart sites. The only caution is that the district office itself uses quite a few parking spaces. It currently uses 46, and if you look at a site like Regnart, there's only 27 spaces on campus. So you have to pay attention to the parking load if you move district functions there. Still, we think you should pursue that idea in order to reduce the expenses of paying rent at Mary Avenue. Next slide. For Montebello, there's basically two options. You can either sell it or you could do an exchange. I think you would need to get a real estate expert to help you understand the exchange option, but basically what you would do is you'd exchange it for a revenue generating property and use that revenue for general fund purposes for the district. Next slide. So here's a summary of our recommendations. The Meyerholtz and Regnart should be used, in our view, for educational purposes, including private schools. There was expressed from the community and members of our committee that to avoid situations where the use of those two campuses would compete with the district's population of students. That is that we don't want to cause a further reduction in attendance in CUSD by who we allow to lease at Meyerholtz or Regnart, or at least if we do that, we should do it knowingly. So some caution that we enable sort of competition of enrollment. Let's go back. As we discussed, any leases should have a way for us to exit within a year. We don't think that the property should be used for residential purposes. We think the district office, moving some district office functions to these campuses might be financially wise, as to avoid paying rent. We think that the property should be kept in the condition that they can be returned for use for classrooms. And basically all our recommendations are within the mission as you gave to us. Next slide. And if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Thanks, Richard. So let's go in the same order then. Yes, thanks.
So I have a couple of questions. One probably is for Richard, and that is around zoning. I have ask you about zoning. Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a community member ask me about zoning, and it was her impression that San Jose is already planning to rezone Meyerholtz. So can you talk a little bit about the zoning?
Yeah, so there may be, the city may impose new zoning. Our recommendation is that the school district doesn't pursue new zoning. We don't have any way of changing what the city is going to do, and they're basically trying to align their zoning with their general plan, which in some cases are not aligned, and that's the issue with Meyerholtz. That said, our recommendation is only that the district doesn't pursue changing in zoning.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is probably for Chris, and that has to do with how soon do you think the schools will be leased, and will the community still be able to use the fields and playgrounds and stuff, whether it's leased or not?
No, thank you. Thank you, Phyllis, for the question. I mean, as we all know, we're right now in the process of moving out of those facilities. So I think the reality is that it's going to probably be at least a couple of months, may not be until September, where we will be in any kind of a position to potentially find a tenant. And what I'd like to also mention to the board at this time, once we bring this item back for the board, and if the board does decide to surplus the properties, I would be bringing forward then a recommendation as far as the next steps. And some of the next steps would be putting together a request for proposals for potential tenants at either of the two or both sites. Also have the conversation about the potential moving of the DO, but we would want to go through a process so that we can entertain all potential offers and look for the best tenant. We do have a fairly long list of interested parties as of today as well, but we will be wanting some feedback from the board as far as if there are any particular stipulations you'd like us to consider as far as looking for a suitable tenant. So those would be some of our next steps. But to your main question, we won't be doing anything with those sites. The community obviously can still use those sites like fields. They just put in a use of facility request. And then for Regnart, the city of Cupertino controls the programming of the fields there. But Meyerholtz and Muir, if there are any folks in the community who want to use those fields, I'm more than happy to entertain those.
So,
Thank you.
Excuse me, I wanted to add a little bit. This is Richard. In our written recommendation, there's something about encumbrances which didn't make it into the slide deck. So let me talk about a little bit about encumbrances. We have an agreement with the city of Cupertino where they maintain the fields at Regnart at no charge to the district, in return for the district committing some number of hours to community use. That should be taken into consideration in any lease terms, because if, for instance, the district were to lease out the fields to somebody where it would conflict with the agreement with City of Cupertino, then the district could end up responsible for field maintenance. Because right now what happens is the City of Cupertino does all field maintenance at Regnart. So a lease agreement should take that into account, that there would be a financial impact if you lease out the fields in such a way that the city can no longer get the hours that they want in order to provide free maintenance of the fields. That is in our report, didn't make it in the slides. The other encumbrance I think of interest is the Montebello site has been declared a historic site by the County of Santa Clara. We decided to leave that and just notify any purchaser of the property that it's been already recognized as a historic site, and they have to deal with that, what that means. Probably some restrictions on what they can do with the existing buildings. So those two encumbrances should be taken into account. We don't recommend that you do anything with the historic designation at Montebello. But with Regnart, we think that any lease discussion should take into account who's going to maintain the fields.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you, Richard, for volunteering your time to chair this committee. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have, Satish.
Yeah, thanks for listening. So Jerry.
Thanks, Satish. First of all, thank you, Richard, for the presentation. And I'd like to thank the members of the committee for spending the time to come up with these recommendations. Not really anything surprising here. I think all of this looks fairly reasonable. I just want to double click on a couple of the findings. First of all, you talked about the recommendation of moving the district office to one of these sites. And you sort of alluded to looking at parking, and you talked about Regnard. So I wonder if the committee had a prep, did you guys talk about whether one or the other would be more suitable for district office? And if you evaluated the suitability versus the other sites that we're leasing out right now, Luther, Sarah, Nan Ellen. So I'm really looking for, aside from just that generic, we should move it to a district site, is there any more information you can share about the deliberations or the findings of the committee?
No, actually, we did have a discussion of recommending a particular site or the other, and didn't find a consensus on that in our committee. The consensus that we found is that it would be best to use district sites, any district site for DO function, for the central kitchen, for other district functions, and could be spread out, which is a way to avoid, for instance, the problem with inadequate parking. So our simple recommendation is we think that that you should consider not renting space anymore and instead using district properties.
Great. All right. Thanks. My second one is around the Montebello. And I know that generally when you dispose of a site, the funds go into capital improvement. But I think there was legislation that was passed early during the pandemic that I think for a period of time, we can use the funds for, I think, broader than capital improvement. I was just wondering if that's the case, when is the sunset period for that? Do we know?
I am familiar with what you're referring to. I have not seen anything recently. I do believe it may have sunsetted, but staff can look into it.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you. And then let's see, I had a third one here that I wrote down. I'm trying to read my writing. You know what? Why don't I pass? And if I can decipher my handwriting, if I could just have another slot. It'd be good.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jose. Yeah, I think Lori, you want to?
Yeah, I'm on. Okay. Hi, Richard. Thank you so much to you and the committee for all of the hard work on this. I actually don't have any further questions. Jerry got my question on a specific site as far as co-locating district facilities. I did want to probe just briefly the parking situation. And I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for staff, but are we allowed to expand our parking lots on any of our surplus sites? Like, could we use blacktop facility for parking spots if we needed to at some site in order to make that work?
Any part of a school site property could be used for parking or anything like that. So yes, the answer is yes, we could expand parking if there's a need and there's an acceptable place to do so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it. I really appreciate the time of the committee, Richard. Thank you for all your work on this.
Thanks, Lori. Sylvia.
Thanks, Richard, for all the work and the recommendations. I just had one small question about the recommendation for Meyerholtz and Regnar use of surplus sites for educational purposes, including private schools that would have minimal effect on district's enrollment. And just curious if that there was a specific kind of school that you guys had discussed or had in mind, because it's a very specific recommendation. So I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity on that, like for their particular types of schools that you were discussing or thinking of, or like, you know, preschools or daycares or what have you.
So I don't want to overreach what the committee said. We thought that the current tenants that you have are representative of good tenants. So you have private schools, you have language specific schools, for example. We thought we couldn't come up with the right word. We tried enrichment or whatever to add to education, but specifically we talked about after school programs as being good. We talked about sort of class enhancements, schools, math, private schools and whatnot as all being acceptable. We just, there was, for instance, there was somebody who expressed interest in moving a real estate office to one of the properties, and we thought that was out. That we didn't think you should use it for retail purposes. We didn't think you should use it for housing, but keep it related to education. And this is just I think a strong sentiment from the community that that schools should be for educating, and they want to keep the schools in your ownership so that they could be used for education. So there wasn't something specific, except that we did note that the existing kind of tenants that you have, which include private schools, was a good list.
Okay, thank you. The only question I had.
Thanks, Leah. Thanks, committee and Richard. I have one question on this Montebello with exchange. So is it something you're offering? It's again a lease kind of thing when you say exchange, or what is that? Can you expand a little bit more? What is it? What does this mean that by exchanging?
So you need to confirm. We had a real estate consultant who I think was hired by you, and I think you should bring him in to get the details. But the basic idea is that if you exchanged it for a property that generated revenue, then you could use that revenue for district purposes. So you would no longer own Montebello. You would have instead another property that would generate revenue back to you that you could then use for general fund.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Yeah. I think Jerry, you wanted one more round?
No, I think Sylvia brought up the point. I wrote compete with underline. I couldn't.
Okay.
But that makes sense now. I guess the only thing I was thinking of was high schools. We don't run high schools. I guess if you rent to a private high school, that wouldn't impact our enrollment, but certainly language schools and other specialty schools would fit that too. So thanks. Thanks for
Thank you.
circling
Yeah.
back.
Anybody else? Okay. So do you have any public comments here, Aaron?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please.
Tiffany Hardingen, Ajin Lee, Emma, and Min Lee, if you could please raise your hands.
Someone's here.
I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Tiffany Hardigan. I'm actually the assistant head of school at one of the language schools. So we're the French American School of Silicon Valley. We've been renting the Sarah campus, also Luther now going into next year. So we have about 180 students in enrollment currently. Because we are not allowed to bring in students that don't speak the French language past first grade, it limits our size comparative to other elementary and middle schools coming in. So I'm here with Martine Trues, who's my head of school for the French American School. And we were wanting to just express our interest in Renart, should it become available for that purpose, just because with our parent community, we're trying to place the two schools under one roof. So for us, it would be an ideal situation. I know we've had a similar clause where should the district need to take back our campus, that has been something that's been in our contract with our main campus that we've been running for over 30 years. As far as the safe routes to school, because my son's always talking about that at Homestead as well. A lot of our parents, being French parents and community members and international parents, there's a lot of cycling to school. There's a lot of walking to school. And as far as the carpool pickups, it doesn't infringe as much on the morning and afternoon traffic. We've been at Lewiston for years and kind of quickly pull in and pull out. And with a smaller base of individuals between staff and faculty, parking for us is a little bit easier. And we also have a community that believes in carpooling. So we just wanted to express the interest there should it become available, because I think as far as a fit and having rented from the district for a while, I think it would be a great spot for our school to expand a little bit more. But at the same time, we wouldn't outgrow the facility. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Ajin Lee, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I still want to, support the lanes to, rent to leasing to the private school. I really want to make sure all the process of leasing the private school, the process is, I mean, transparency, because I don't want to end up, you know, guys, school board said, okay, no suitable private school to leasing this area. So we have to have the other plan. Please, you know, in the short term, maybe it's hard to find a private school to leasing the land. That is number one problem. Okay. And when the time you guys choose to closing school in the short time, this is the consequence. It's hard to find I mean, the suitable. If you want to also keep the, I mean, enrollment not be get the impact, well, I think that is impossible. Okay. So, but you know, if we can find some private school, I mean, willing to take the land, please be kind of land. I mean, have them to stay in this land. And yeah. And I want, you know, I really suggest that all the, I mean, choosing the private school have to be transparency. Okay. And also, if you can find the right private school to leasing the land, why don't we think about the plan B? Keep lease land for the popular lottery school like Potel 2 or I mean Faria, okay, 2. So this is another opportunity to make a magnet school, I mean, with high percentage of the donation. I think the school still can survive. Why we have to rush during the pandemic? Now we already go back to the, I mean, student aid, right? And also, yeah, I have to say that please think about the safety route for the students. I mean, my host neighborhoods students have to travel a long walk for the elementary students to Dealworth. It's not a short route. And also heavy traffic on the rainbow. There in the West San Jose, we have 3 alternative schools now. So the traffic will be terrible. And also we have a middle school, Miller, on the you know, Rainbow Street. And also we have Lynbrook. Think about it. That is the real things. Yeah, please don't sit in the room and just talk.
Thanks, Ajahn.
Emma, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thank you for letting me speak out for the community. I'm from Mayor Halls, and you know, Mayor Halls get closed. So I think the opinion from the community is very clear. And I also believe today is the last day, the Mayor Halls. Many families still very sad about it. You know, students, they love Mayor Halls and they have to move to another campus, even it's a good school. It's, I mean, I won't say like it's not fair to them, but since you already made the decision to close it, please like at least try our best to save it for education. Think about these families will coming, like more students will be there. Think about the future enrollment will be increased. Don't like, I think the reason why when you saying like we want to close the Mayor Halls is because the reduced enrollment, right? And I also heard like San Jose, they plan to build more like housing stuff, things that will bring more students to this zip code. And as I know, the currently this zip code only have one public school. That's not make any sense. So that means like the families who live here, they either like send their kids to a very crowded public school, or they have to choose the private school. It's like pushing people to the private school. It's not like to make the public school better. I mean, this is the education, right? This is not business. So please think more about the students. Think more about the education. And I mean, I think there is the previous topic about the wellness, like biking and walking. I really think this is a good idea, but that's, I don't know if you think about the Millhot students, like they need to cross a very busy road to another school. It used to be safety, now it's dangerous. So what will happen? Like, whose responsibility if something happened? It's a big event. Like, it's a big problem to the family, to all the family. Like, we need to keep our students safe, have a good education, right? I hope you really think about it, and also like keep the campus for education, and like keep the possibility for the like future reopen for the public school. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Emma.
Min, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Maya House neighborhood. Thank you all to give me the chance to speak here. Last day, I with my son go to visit his class teachers. He is so sad that he will never meet his previous teachers in the school site again. He asked me why Mayahos is a victim, why Mayahos should be closed. Is there any ways try to survive Mayahos from the low enrollment? He told me that the school is always crowded. We share the campus with Clip. We didn't get any space for TK. We didn't get any space for Expand. We even didn't get any special program like Blue Hills had done to survive Mayahos. You just told me you used 2 months to select Mayahos as victim. He told me he was very sad. He told me that he knows the power of right. Exactly. He asked me, he heard a lot of voice from the community to ask, to beg the board members to stop close the school. But no one, 2 of the members, they hear, but 3, they decided to close that. He asked me, who can take the power? It is American way. I don't know how to explain to him that we give them the right to close our school. I don't know how to say. Could you tell me why? And could you tell me who gives you the right? Thank you.
Thanks, Min.
That is all the speakers.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Thanks, Richard and Chris. We'll go to the next one.
If I could just make a comment. real
Okay,
quick.
please.
Start of the item.
The legislation that we were talking about earlier, I did a quick Googling. It's Senate Bill 820. There's a number of different conditions, but the sunset date is June 30th, 2024. Whether or not it applies, experts will have to look at that, but it's as a Google starting point, I suppose. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay. So shall we go to the next one then? Okay. So Chris, sorry, Alison.
Yes, thank you. So this is our draft LCAP plan, and tonight we are kind of moving into the final phases. At the next board meeting, you'll be asked to approve the plan. We've been talking about it for some time. We reviewed the themes. You received the short list of actions. We talked about stakeholder engagement, and it's very similar to last year since we reset the plan at that point. So at this point, we're just looking for any questions or revisions that you would like to see before we bring you the final plan at the next meeting.
Thanks, Alison. Shall we? Phyllis, anything you asked?
I just appreciate all the hard work, and I've appreciated the regular updates that you've brought to us, and I have no questions or additions. So thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis. Jerry.
Thank you for the whole 126-page document. No questions.
I will echo that. Yes, thank you for the enormous effort from your whole team that went into preparing this. And thank you to all of our stakeholders who participated, because I know a big part of this is all of the feedback and gathering all of the input into it. So thank you to all of our students and community members and parents and staff who participated in that process as well.
Thanks.
No questions. Thanks for the offer.
Same from me too. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate. Any public comment here?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. So should it come as an action
We'll
or
bring it
as
back
an
as action at the next week's board meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you then. Thanks, Liz. Okay, I think next is Chris on the budget.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to share with you some updated information. As you recall, at our last meeting, I presented the board's information based off of the May revise. And so let me, before I get into the presentation, let me just say that, I mean, I think we all realize too is that our school district is being asked to adopt its budget before the state adopts its budget. So the realities of things is that there are still some levels of unknowns. We are moving forward with building our budget based on some pretty conservative assumptions based on recommendations, obviously from our county office of education, school services. So a lot of the stuff that I will share with you tonight are still sets of assumptions, and these assumptions are only as good as the assumptions as of the moment. So let me get into the calendar. So tonight we're bringing forward to you tonight the preliminary budget. We will be coming back to you a week from now, and at that point in time, we will ask you to approve the 22-23 budget. But then it sets off a bunch of other series of reports. So we'll come back to you in September to kind of give you the final accounting of the current 21-22 school year, and then we hit the ground running. And a year from now, we'll be talking about the 23-24 budget. So next slide, please. So just one quick update. Since we last talked, as I mentioned before, COLA becomes a little less relevant for our district. We do receive COLA on some things, but the great news, I guess, the legislature has approved at their level a much higher COLA than what the governor had proposed in his May revision. The legislature's proposal at this time reflects something close to a 16.2% COLA. As you may recall, the governor's May revise was based on a 6.56% COLA. But I do want to say that again, these higher COLAs mean some things, but they're not as significant for us because our funding, or for funding purposes, if we can go to the next slide, our funding purposes in the future is based on property taxes. So even with that bit of good news, we really aren't benefiting in this particular area in terms of additional funding. We do benefit from some of those other programs that we do get COLA on, but that's mainly what I want to say. But property taxes, we're still pretty conservative right now with our projection growth, and then the assessor's office will be releasing new updated information in the next couple of months. Next slide. So here are some of the kind of the changes. What's highlighted in red are some of the things that the legislature has approved. So first, and start off with the expanded learning opportunities program. I had shared with the board that the governor's May revised proposal recommended funding at a little bit higher level than what was in his January budget. At that time, it was based on like almost $2,500 per child. Strange enough that the legislature's proposal comes in at a level much less than that. I think they're projecting about $1,500 per kid. So quite a bit of a reduction. The only thing I can think of is that this the states wanting to reallocate resources to other programs and other special interests. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program also has a infrastructure component, and it was known at that time that a larger percentage of that pot of money was to be used for the arts, musics, and performing arts. And so the legislature continues to recommend that these funds be used for those specific purposes. I think we would all agree. I think those are programs that are high needs in the district that typically do not get a continual funding source. One of the larger pieces, and I'll spend a little bit more time on this, especially when we talk about the multi-year projection. I shared with the board that because of the current economic situation, the governor was proposing to fund a large amount of one-time dollars. And again, one-time dollar means one-time expenses. Doesn't mean one-time dollars should be used towards ongoing things. But it was interesting enough that the legislature had essentially approved the same recommendation. I think they actually raised the amount from $8 billion to $8.5 billion. So that would translate to a little bit more money than what we were projecting. We were projecting about $1,500 per student. And so for math purposes, $1,500 per student based on our ADA comes out to about $20 million, just shy of $20 million. I would say that right now, again, because the budget hasn't been signed, and it's an assumption right now that we're going to build into the budget, but we're not allocating any expenses against these dollars until we know that we get those dollars. So for all intents and purposes, we're putting the money in the budget and we're leaving it in the budget. And that's going to be at the end of the budget if we don't have any particular needs to spend it down. But I would like to maybe make the point that this might be our best opportunity to set aside those extra dollars when we've talked about raising our board reserve to a level that's higher than where we are right now. So right now we are currently at a 3% reserve for economic uncertainty, an additional 3% for board reserve. But this would allow us to increase our board reserve up by an additional 4% for a total of 10. And so I would like to make that as part of our recommendation for building the budget. But again, since we don't know whether or not it's going to be in the budget or not, for all intents and purposes, it's just going to sit in the bottom line. And then when we come back with the 45-day budget update, we will have more conversations as far as how those funds could be utilized. One of the other things on the list here is universal transportation. So I guess a good thing is that the state is talking about, and legislature is agreeing to fully fund transportation. As you recall, back in the days, transportation was never fully funded. And then the last several years, they've not put one penny into any transportation funds. But now with this, they're actually going to perhaps stipulate that districts would be then mandated to provide transportation for all students, and especially students, low-income students. So what we're hearing right now is that if this gets implemented, districts would have to implement a transportation program by 27, 28. So that's something I think we need to keep on our radar screens, because if something like this does materialize, there's a lot that goes with this. There's a lot of things that we must do, especially since we recently, or last couple of years, had downsized our transportation program and focused only on our special needs families. But as we heard tonight, I mean, we heard from our bus drivers about the needs for buses. Well, I would be saying that we have also an equal or greater need to find drivers. So I think we're going to be embarking in a scenario here where there may very well be money out there, but there may not be the available resources out there, and maybe not at first. Universal meals is still on there, and I think we're all thankful that we're going to be able to be providing a breakfast and a lunch for all of our students. Actually, speaking with Nicole, there is a feeling right now that we will be able to provide food for our community during the summer. So that was some new information. And the last item on here is there was a recommendation to provide some additional funding for school districts to help maintain their facilities. So the legislature didn't see fit that was important enough to support. So next slide. Just some, again, I shared with you some of the major highlights. Our budget is taking into consideration our recent settlements for the current 21-22 school year, as well as the 6% raise coming in the 22-23 school year. Our budget typically accounts for other things as well as step and column. When I refer to step and column, what that technically means is that as an employee who is currently placed on the current salary schedules may have more than one step. When I say step, would be like an increase. So imagine a brand new employee coming in, they may be at what's considered to be step one. After 1 year and a positive evaluation, they would be moving up to step two. So all of our employees are on some form of a salary schedule, and as they move up in years, they move up on the salary schedule. So that's what technically step and column. Column also reflects for teachers. As teachers go back and acquire additional training, they pick up additional units, and those additional units translates to movements on their salary schedule. So that's typically what it means. But our budget is built off of an assumption that the step and column represent about a 1.5% increase on the current salaries. Pension costs, STRS and PERS, I think we've talked about that as quite a bit. This coming year, this is a projected increase in both STRS and PERS. However, in the out years right now, there isn't any projected increases in either STRS and PERS. So if we are lucky that this year might be the last year where we have a yearly increase, and then at that point in time, it's just the same rate. So I'm hopeful that will materialize. And the two last things on here is just keeping the board aware in terms of our additional programs that require contributions from the general fund. One of them is an area of special education. Our special education contribution will be approximately $25 million. Our routine repair budget for routine repair, because we are since we have been the benefactor of the state modernization monies, districts have to set aside the equivalent of a minimum 3% of the general fund budget for routine repair. But in actuality, we funded it a little bit higher than 3%. So we are investing very well and keep investing in our facilities. We're settled for negotiations for these 2 years, so I think that's worth noting here. Also, too, we've talked about the parcel tax. The parcel tax coming due going into the 23-24 school year. That's about $8.4 million of revenues. And then the only thing else on the slides I mentioned earlier, I would like us to really think about this as being a one-time opportunity here to build up that reserve to the level that the board has been talking about for some time now. So this might be our best opportunity. Next slide. The next series of slides are just some visuals, some pie charts. I'm not going to go through them. I do want to mention on not this slide, but the expenditure slide. So next slide, this slide here. So just for the board's interest in terms of percentage of salaries of the benefits. So based on the budget for the first the unrestricted budget. The unrestricted budget, the salaries and benefits represent about 89% of the budget. So we are under the 90% threshold right now for the unrestricted budget. But on this slide here is the combined budget. So for the combined budget, it's about 87% of our total budget is personnel. Next slide. Here's just the distribution of our budgets. A lot of people just think that the budget is all one pot of money, but we do need to continue to explain to folks that our budget is made up of both restricted and unrestricted dollars, because with the restricted dollars comes strings attached, and really we don't have a lot of leeway as far as being able to spend those dollars on general things and things to operate the district. These restricted dollars are very specific in nature and used for certain purposes. So I just want to make that point. And so the last but not least, obviously, is the multi-year projection. So let's go to the next slide. So I need to get my glasses on here. All right, so here's our multi-year projection. I think the board is comfortable with looking at a 5-year budget. And when I talk about the budget, I'm never talking about the budget in the context of a 1-year budget, but actually a multi-year budget. So we look at the current year, 22-23, and then we look at the following 4 years. And so the way this document works basically is that, we start each year with a beginning fund balance, which happens to be the ending fund balance from the year before. And then from that beginning fund balance, we take into account what revenues we received that year. We take into account what expenditures we have that year. And then we look at what the ending fund balance is. That's the difference that's the differences between the beginning balance plus the revenues minus the expenses equals ending fund balance. Now, you've heard of the word deficit spending. Deficit spending means that in any particular year, you spend more than what you receive. So for 22-23, we're not projecting to deficit spend. However, the reason why we're not showing that we're deficit spending is because of that one assumption we talked about a little while ago about that one-time block grant. That one-time block grant in this multi-year projection represents about $20 million. And if you can see in that first column there, that single asterisk where it says state revenues, $39,199,000. That line item there reflects that $20 million of block grant monies. So if we did not build that into the assumption, there would have been $20 million less revenue. And when you go down to the line that says revenue less expenditures, as I was saying earlier, we're not projecting the deficit spend because we're saying under these sets of assumptions, revenues are greater than expenses. But if I was to have backed out that $20 million, that $16.7 million would have been a negative like $3.7 million. So if we were not building into the budget that assumption, our budget based on everything else would be projecting a level of deficit spending. And then when you deficit spend, what it does is it reduces down your fund balance. It reduces your beginning fund balance down. So with all this said and done, we are projecting a fund balance based on those sets of assumptions for 22-23, totaling about $53 million. Now, again, on the surface, sounds like a very large number. But again, it's based on some sets of assumptions right now that aren't firmed up yet until the state adopts its budget. But going down to the line down below where it says the 3% reserve for economic uncertainty and the board reserve. So that's highlighted with 3 asterisks. So under here, as I mentioned earlier, I'm drawing down our fund balance number here to be able to set aside both the 3% reserve and the additional 4%. So that additional 4% reserve will now total about $14.6 million as our board reserve. And so again, that represents a combined 10%. And then just carrying those numbers forward for 23-24 purposes, the major item I want to highlight here is that the parcel tax. So the parcel tax comes off the books at this point in time, and that's reflective of the double red asterisks. But as you can see down where that line says revenue and less expenditures, based on next year's assumptions, based on the loss of the property tax revenue, we would be projected a deficit spend of about $3.4 million. Now, the good news going forward is that when you get out to the third year, the 24-25 year, based on our projected property tax growth, assuming everything else remains the same, we're out of that deficit spending mode. We don't have a lot of extra monies to talk about, or I guess to deal with. And also the other challenge that we would be dealing with, as I mentioned earlier, we had settled for negotiations for a couple of years, and so we would be going back into negotiations, I believe, in 23-24. So depending upon how things go with negotiations, these numbers will change as well. So for the most part, this is kind of the multi-year projection. I'm very happy that we're not having right now to show any levels of reductions. But we do have the parcel tax that's coming up, and there are about $8.4 million of expenditures that are tied there that the budget will continue to cover at this point in time. All right. I will answer any questions or clarify any questions.
Thanks, Chris.
No. And for our purposes, our ability to meet our financial obligations in the current year plus the 2 out years, we'll have a positive budget and a positive certification at interim.
Yeah, thanks. Jerry.
All right, thanks. Just 2 quick questions. One, just to clarify, so the state is supposed to pass their budget by June 30th. So presumably they do their job July 1st. A lot of these sort of assumptions and all this the fog should be lifted.
Yeah, I anticipate hearing more news probably next week as well. So maybe by the time we come back to you next Thursday, we might have other news.
We can wish. All right. Second question is, in the 23-24 year, how much will 1% salary increase represent? I know before we're talking 1.4 million. I was just wondering, would that have changed significantly?
It will not have changed that much more, but it's probably in that same ballpark. We haven't run any new updates.
Mental model using that number should be, well, maybe
1.5, maybe
1.5. All right, great. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Satish.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Can we go back to slide 4? So a couple of questions about, it would be helpful to see at some point, and maybe it's just a Friday memo, or maybe it's a future budget presentation, but it would be helpful to see what the timeline is throughout a given calendar year of the times at which the assessor checks in with the basic aid districts on whether or not things are looking on target or not. Because I know there's some various points at which we hear from them. So that might be helpful to have at some point, if that's doable.
Yeah, I can share with them. Just to share with you now, so every 2 months, the assessor's office gives all the basic aid school districts an updated projection. But from what I've seen, they haven't varied very much from one month to the next. Because I've only looked at our district for 1 year. I mean, so, but I'm very hopeful that, you know, we'll be able to get in front and center with the county frequently to talk about these things. So.
Okay, that would be a great one maybe to add into the Friday
Sure.
memo this coming year as
Yeah.
as we make our transition. And then I know a couple years ago, Santa Clara Unified, I think, got hit with a pretty big deficit delta when an appeal came through on a property tax assessment on one of their larger parcels. And I'm wondering if we know anything about if any of our larger parcels are in appeals process on their property tax basis right now, and if so, like how many of them? Or
Yeah, I mean that is a particular interest of mine. I haven't had a lot of time to look into it. I think what we can do is I think we can come back and have a conversation with the board. Actually, I've mentioned to Stacy that we should probably just maybe see if we can get a front and center request with the county just to walk that through, because I understand little pieces of it, and I agree with you. There's a document that we get every 2 months that they have a long list of all of the properties that have been under appeal, and my general understanding is that they do calculate the levy based on that amount, and then they make there's adjustments. So I don't fully understand
yeah, I mean,
over what period of time these adjustments are made.
I haven't talked to anybody recently about it. I just remember in the back of my head that there was a point at which they were facing a multi-million-dollar hit to their budget based on an appeal that went through. So it would be good to know for us going into this if we've got
Certainly.
any sort of large ones hanging out there. So maybe again, a Friday memo and or a future presentation. And then let's see, where do I want to go next? Save that one for our later item. For the transportation on slide 5. So, you know, we know that I think we've heard at several points over the last several years that the district has tried to go out for some of the grants that have been available for buses, and we either haven't been eligible at all or we've applied and we haven't made the cut based on our demographics and other factors. Does sort of a capture on that exist anywhere? Is that something that you could give us an update at some point about?
I would like to. I mean, I can give you an update actually in the Friday. Actually, staff is to answer the question that we heard tonight about what is the district doing about accessing these infrastructure dollars for buses. Actually, staff is. Our transportation manager has been working with a couple of consultants, and we have gotten in the application process. So I know we've been collecting a lot of information, and, you know, from what I'm hearing is that, you know, the prospects are higher for us. I don't know what we may be qualified for, but, you know, I think a lot of, well, I know the efforts are there, and we have been trying to get in these queues for funding. And so from what the consultants are telling staff is that we have a high probability of maybe getting some funding here.
Yeah.
And also the infrastructure to support all this as well.
So has anything changed in terms of our eligibility? Because I remember in 2018 and in 2019, I think, I mean, in my time on the board, I know we've gone out a couple times for grants. And
The main difference nowadays is getting certain vehicles, the diesel vehicles, the ones that have the super mileage off the road.
Okay.
Whether you're a high UPP district or not, the Air Resource Board has more of an interest in getting those polluters off the road, whether you're a Cupertino school district or you're a.
Okay, so maybe our older fleet is helping us at this point.
Our much older fleet is now we're at almost at the top of the list.
Okay. Good to know. So that would be great if we could get an update on that. Because like I said, I know in my time on the board, we've applied and have been turned down. So it's not that we haven't been trying, it's that, yeah, okay. And then, can I ask one more?
Yeah, go on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
On the slide where you had the stirs and PERS, and I know this is the end of sort of the planned elevators that were built into that. Has there been any talk on what you're hearing about what they expect the stirs and PERS boards to do with the current inflation that we're in? Because I know they've been giving some of the oldest groups of retirees inflation corrections, right? Some of the retirees from the 80s and 90s have recently gotten some inflation corrections. So I'm wondering if there's any talk about whether or not they are going to reinstitute more of those elevators on us, or is that still too
Well,
new?
I don't know about how they would be adjusting the benefits to retirees, but I do know that over these last several years, right, with the increases with the STRS and PERS rate, a lot of it had to do with the market. And so inflation, or just the volatility of the investment market, where, you know, STRS and PERS invest the majority of their funds. I mean, if the market was to take a large downward correction and stay down for a while, it wouldn't surprise me that the STRS and PERS board would take some action to increase the contributions rate. That's kind of how we got into this predicament. Not just the cost of the pensions as well, but also too, I think, just with the volatility with the market.
Okay. So, and then I'll save, I have a reserve policy question. If you remind me later, I'll ask that when we get to that item. And then an OPEB,
that's
yeah, and then an
connected to
OPEB
this as well.
question that I know we're getting to as well. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lori. Brilliant.
My question was actually also regarding the homeless school transportation. I was just curious if you've kind of projected what that cost might be. I know it's not going to be in effect until 27, 28, but
No, I haven't even really thought about it. It's scary. I'll be honest with you. It scares me.
yeah.
It scares me.
And I guess just a comment maybe for my fellow board members, the CSBA has been really advocating for the legislators to fix this. So if you haven't written your legislators yet, you still can. I think CSBA provided like a template email, so just look for that in the email. That's it. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Sylvia. I have one question on slide 5, because the last one, deferred maintenance. So since what is the impact for us on this? Like if we are not having that?
Well, I mean, the impact is that we're not getting any more money than we're getting right now to help maintain our facilities. As I mentioned at the last board meeting, is that the version of in the May revise wasn't really distributing these funds in a way that enables school districts to maintain their facilities. I mean, our facilities age at the same rate as any other school district, but yet we would not be receiving as much funding for a district that has a different demographic. But I mean, the reality here is that we're not going to get any additional funding here, but it means that the district has to continue to find other resources to maintain its facilities. And so kind of like later on, we'll talk about whether a future bond measure or not is in our future or not. But these are some of the things that all go and help towards maintaining our facilities. And so if we don't get anything else from the state, it does require us then to rely on our local community.
That's good. I think, Lori, you had one more? No.
No, I'll save them for future other items. They go with other items
Okay.
too. This one or other ones. So I'll
Okay,
save them.
anyone
Thank
else
you.
here? No. So any public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Then we can move on to the next one. I think we'll go for the discussion items. 8.1 again, I think that's right.
Oh, thank you. We'll pull up the slide here. At the board's request, wanted to have a dialogue or discussion about the 2 open space agreements, the one we have with the city of Cupertino and the one that we have with the city of Sunnyvale. Attached to the agenda were the actual agreements, and staff just kind of put these 3 slides together to kind of summarize a lot of that. So I'll just kind of go through the summary, and this is all in the agreements. But for the city of Cupertino, excuse me, I couldn't find the exact date when we started, but the agreement we believe started back in the 1990s. The current agreement calls out for a termination in the year 2032. Our school sites that are covered under the agreement are all of our Cupertino schools with the exception of Lawson and Sedgwick and the Finch property. Last couple of years, the city has, excuse me, has inquired about the availability of adding those to the agreements. And I think we've just said, no, thank you. The district has priority use of those fields. But I believe a couple of years ago, Jeff Bowman and the district had negotiated a change to the agreement to allow, I think, Kennedy and one of, I think it was the two schools. Kennedy was one of them because of their day. So I think we were originally only using, we were only originally using the fields between the hours of 8 and 4. So I think the times were adjusted to be between 7 and 5. So those were kind of more or less the basics there, but the city maintains the fields. We maintain the rest of the landscaping at those sites. City is able to program and charge fees for those fields. So that's the benefit there. Watering, let's talk a little bit about watering. So in the original agreement, the watering actually was capped. It was at $45,000 a year. And we were paying that amount through 2016. Because when I was here at that point in time, I was still here. And at that time, we were getting some pressures from the city that, cost of water at that time was high. At that time, it's higher quite a bit now. And so at that point in time, we did renegotiate the contract, and the city and the district got this formula created. So based on that formula, more or less based off of actual utilization, the district has been reimbursing back the city for water purposes at a much higher level. So the last couple of years, it's been on average of about $145,000 some odd dollars. So that's really our stake in this game, is that we're providing or reimbursing the city for the water. They're maintaining it, they program it, and we're able to use it, but we don't have to maintain it. Next slide. So similarly, City of Sunnyvale is the same. Same more or less covers all of the Sunnyvale schools, same use, same expectations. This agreement, however, is going to be coming up in a couple of years, 2024. So as we get closer to that, we will need to have some discussions as to whether or not there's an interest to continue or not. There's some provisions in the agreement that we have to notify the city if our intent to renew. For irrigation purposes, actually, we're offering, this is actually a fixed schedule. So over the lifetime of this agreement, we will have just reimbursed back the city for about a little more than $720,000 for watering and irrigation. Next slide. And then just for an FYI, for our district, we have 10 full-time grounds workers maintaining all the remaining school sites. We do program and do lease out some of our fields. I think last year, it's going to be a COVID year, but last year we generated about $98,000. I suspect that with Facilitron now going, there's quite a bit of people interested in requesting use of our facilities. So it wouldn't surprise me if our field uses go up. And I think even in the past, I think we were probably charging very little even for our facilities. So I anticipate that changing, but our overall operating budget, which doesn't include water, I didn't get a total number for what our water bill is, but I'll come back and bring that. But roughly the grounds department operates at about a $1.6 million budget. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of provide some highlights. I know the board wanted to have a conversation about that, so I'll turn it back over to the board for your conversation.
Thanks, Chris, for the update.
I think one of our asks too, as part of, you have this discussion, if there's any ask or any direction that the board would like to give us, as Chris indicated, one of our contracts is going to be expiring in 2024. So we will need to have some direction where we'd like to go with the city of Sunnyvale as well.
So I'm really glad we have partnerships with these cities, and I really hate that we pay the water bill. So I think in future negotiations, we should talk about that. I think these cities are making money on our fields. I mean, they're leasing just like we lease. We made what, 99 something last year on the sites that we maintain. So it just seems like, given the amount of money the cities have compared to the amount of money we have, it makes sense for them to pick up a bigger share. And I think that that should be a discussion that Chris and his team have with them in the negotiations. I would love for them to pay it all. I don't know we'll get that far, but I think it's an issue. I think the water is an issue. That's it. Thank you.
I have 3 questions and a number of things to share. So maybe I'll do the questions, and then if you guys want to hear my thoughts, we could do it then, or we all can go around. 3 questions here. First of all, so you're showing different numbers for water usage between Sunnyvale and Cupertino. Is that because Sunnyvale picks up more of it, or is it because Sunnyvale grass gets less water than Cupertino grass?
You know, I was here at that time. I just don't recall how we came up with that. I mean, it was what we negotiated.
Okay.
So it could have been based on baseline what we were actually
all right.
wanting.
Okay. And then just to confirm that 99,000, you know, alluding to Phyllis's question here, the city keeps that money, right?
This is ours. This is ours.
So, but then the field usage
that they charge
I'm
for.
sorry. This is for our field, but the city keeps the money for the fields that they maintain for us. Okay. My third question is, so here you show 13 sites, our operating budget 1.6 million. If we were to support the other 9, I presume this has, you know, like everything else, there's a fixed cost, there's a variable cost, right? I suspect probably a lot of this is labor, but I don't know. But I'm just wondering if we have a sense of, if we were to maintain the other 9 fields, I'll just take Cupertino for now because I know that much better than Sunnyvale. If we're to maintain those 9 fields, how much would it cost us? And I know this is maybe, it's fine if you have to come back. I'm just kind of curious what that would be like. What would it cost us to maintain it ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, staff would have to do some analysis, but I think it's a good question to be asking, because like anything else, we should be looking at this as options.
Okay, because we do have a number from the city of Cupertino on what they spend, and I'd be curious if we were to do it ourselves, if we could do it for less, because we have other fields. But so those are my questions.
I think one thing too to think about too is that city, I think I give the credit to the city too. I mean, with what they do, they maintain these fields at a pretty high standard. When you look at our fields in the San Jose and the other, I mean, the non-Cupertino and the non-Sunnyvale schools, I mean, we maintain our fields at an acceptable standard for school purposes.
Okay.
And so certainly, yeah, I mean, you know, investing more in our facilities could generate more revenue, but it would require, you know, more investments.
So let me just maybe double click on this a bit. So you're saying they maintain it to a higher standard, and that's because they put more money into it, not because somehow they're just magically better gardeners than we are.
Correct. And with the intent of leasing it out.
We could maintain those fields at those standards if we wanted to. I just want to make sure it's not an ability thing. Somehow they've got magical green thumbs and we don't. It's not that. Okay, great. I have some thoughts, and there's actually a little bit of a background because it's something I've been involved in for a number of years. I could share that now. We could go around and do questions.
You guys you have more questions than that.
Share it now.
Yeah, let's do the questions. That's better.
Let's do questions. All right.
So yeah.
Okay. So I'll double click on your double click, which is I would, having come from a school that is not Cupertino or Sunnyvale, I would invite you to go walk that field, because I don't think it's just maintenance. I think it's actually the infrastructure that's been put in over time. There's drainage issues that don't get addressed when it's not being used for competitive sports. There's it's more than just mowing the lawn and watering the fields. I think there's over time some of the levelness of the field, some of the drainage issues, some of the, you know, potholes and things that go on. There's some spots that freeze and make little mini ice rinks at certain times of the year if it gets down into freezing overnight. So I think it's more than just the maintenance. But I guess my question for you, Chris, would be, is what we're paying them for water our actual cost, or is it a contribution of the total cost? Or what we're showing in these agreements for what we're contributing for water?
Well, in the example of Cupertino, City of Cupertino, it's a formula based on every year they give us the water consumption usage. So it should be based on actual usage. The numbers for City of Sunnyvale, those were just estimate numbers that were in the agreement. So those were, I think, based on some, yearly increases, a very marginal increase from year after year, year over year.
So you're saying we have 2 water meters on those sites and we're paying the water meter for the facilities and they're paying the water meter for the fields? Is that how it's working? Okay. And then we're reimbursing them for some agreed upon portion
For the fields.
of the field meter.
Field water use, yeah.
Huh. Okay. But it's not the full offset in either case. It's a partial in this case of Cupertino, and it's a full, and it's an estimate in the case of Sunnyvale.
Mm-hmm.
So then I guess I would, I guess if Jerry's going to make a bunch of comments, maybe we should come back and do a comments after that, just so that I won't get ahead of myself. But in premise, I think I agree with what Phyllis was saying. So go ahead.
Sylvia.
I think I'm on the same page with my colleagues in terms of let's figure out a way to make this more beneficial for our students and for our district. Just a question, I guess, about the Cupertino agreement that terminates in 2032. So is that a normal thing to have such a long agreement? And does that mean that it cannot be changed until 2032?
Well, the agreement in its existing state ends in 2032. We certainly can get out of the agreement with, I think, 365 days notice at any point in time. So we're not completely bound to it for the next, 20 years.
I see. So it's a 1-year notice of if we want to change something. Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, so I also do not have questions, but I'm definitely interested in what Jerry said, right? Like in finding out if you have to maintain ourselves, like all these things, what is that? I think we should make the call based on that. Like, I think rather than venturing into, like, we have to clearly see that what is the expense versus revenue or whatever, right? Like a kind of, and I think I can probably again comments, I can come back, but definitely I think a little bit of concerning is like with 1.6 million, whatever we are maintaining, 1.6 million we are spending and for getting 100,000 back. So that itself is a big indication, maybe like, if you're going to maintain a larger number of fields, probably the loss could be higher. So anyway, yeah. Okay. I think going back, so maybe I did a little bit of question as well as my opinion. So
I just had one more thing, just to piggyback on what Jerry and Satish said in terms of if we took back the maintenance of the fields ourselves. When you look into what that would cost us, can you also kind of ballpark what the net cost to us would be? So after we reap some revenue from leasing them, what would it, I don't know if you can kind of guess at that, because we haven't leased these schools in a long time, but it would be kind of nice to know, is it going to cost us $200,000 a year or $500,000 a year, whatever, after revenue? So just a thought. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, so this board passed this agreement back in August of 2019. And so when this came up, I actually had spoken to Dr. Baker because I had concerns about what I perceived to be the fairness, and I'll get into that of this agreement. But at the time we talked about it, I was a new board member. He said, let's dig into this. It's on consent because it's a big thing if we were to redo this. And so what we agreed on is we would follow this up in a 2x2, Cupertino 2x2. and then COVID hit, and then there were much more important things than this. So I'm very happy that this is coming back for a discussion. And Satish and I were in the sort of the Cupertino, one of the Cupertino 2x2s. We had asked the city basically what it costs for them to maintain. I think we got a memo back from the then director of public works, which I think I sent to Mrs. Yao. Hopefully you'll have copies. So that's all the written information I have. I have some other thoughts just from my time on the planning commission. There's a lot of sort of like random facts bouncing around in my head, but what it comes down to, I know from one hand, it looks like, you know, we're getting free maintenance for these fields and wow, this is great. And by the way, I don't think we're ever going to make back what it costs to maintain these fields. There is just a cost of 1 point some million to maintain these fields. But then what I'm thinking about is who should pay for this, right? Because right now, so the city of Cupertino has a city standard. Their basically standard says 3 acres of open space parkland per 1,000 residents. So right now we're contributing about 36 acres to the overall pool. City has about another 90 acres that they, you know, between the community and the neighborhood parks. For the rest of those, they pay the water. I mean, so I feel like what happens is have this inventory, right? Their land, our land, right? And the residents use it. And somehow, if it's their land, they pay for the maintenance, they pay for the water. But when it's our land, they pay for the maintenance, sort of kind of, and I'll get back to that. But then we pay for the water. And here's the thing, with our inventory in the open space for Cupertino, they meet the standard of 3 acres per 1,000 residents. If we're to take our 36 acres out of that, they fall below that. And that has implications we can talk about here. So I think, you know, there is value that we're providing to the city that, you know, one could think about, well, and this is just not, this is codified in their general plan. Anybody can go to the website, look at the general plan, it's written there, right? And the ratio, I think, has stayed kind of constant. So there are 2 things I think I like to see. One is basically what, you know, Phyllis talked about, which is I feel like they should pay for the water because they're using it. And I see the counter argument as well, we use it too during normal school hours and all that. But nobody goes to the park. Well, maybe they do now when they work from home, but generally, you know, that 8 to 5 time is not when people use parks. They use it in the evenings. They use it in the weekends, right? It is part, if you look at the city's general plan, their whole calculation about how much open space we provide our residents, they count our inventory in there. We're contributing to this and not getting, so we're getting field maintenance back. And so then the estimate that was provided back then, it was about 2 years old now. It was about I think it was around 1.2, 1.3 million. So I would propose that if it's costing them 1.2, 1.3 million dollars to maintain these fields, that we figure out ourselves how much does it cost us to maintain that? And if we can do it more efficiently, they pay us the 1.2 or 1.3 million dollars. We maintain the fields and we basically still, you know, allow the residents to use it. I think that is overall.
But it sounds like we've got a huge bargaining chip, which with this 36 acres.
Yes, we do. There's a limit of 3 with our property. They meet the standards. Without our property, they don't. Right. But let's not get into that because I think end of the day, we're here to serve taxpayers and residents and everything here. But I'm coming at it from the angle of, I like to know if we can do this for less than 1.2 or whatever the number they're quoting is. Because if we can do it for cheaper, we should be the ones doing it. And they pay us that money that they're nominally spending on maintaining these fields. So those are kind of at least sort of my thoughts, and with some background on how I got here is I feel like they should treat these fields the way they treat all their other properties. They pay water for the community parks and the neighborhood parks. So why is it that we don't, you know, and on top of that, they collect the money, you know, they keep the money that they collect. But that's about 100-ish K, not a huge number. But I think water is a big thing. But then really thinking about it from a taxpayer point of view, I will want the most efficient agency to be maintaining these fields. And I totally understand your point, and I agree with it, that these different fields are different. But if a certain field has certain infrastructure, whether we maintain it or the city maintains it, hopefully the grass gets equally watered or whatever, right? So I guess that would be my ask. I'm happy to be able to talk about this after all these years, is really thinking about addressing what I perceive to be inequities in these field use agreements. Sunnyvale may be a different pattern. I just don't know enough about it. I know a lot more about land use and sort of the city regulations of Cupertino. So I would support what Phyllis is saying in terms of seeing if we can come to a more equitable agreement around water. But I really would like to see, can we do these, bring this in-house rather than outsourcing it to the city? They can pay us. So my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. So you have something to add.
So yeah, if I'm going to swing back around, as these contracts are ready to come forward, I really would appreciate a deeper dive into, what fiscally makes the most sense. I do think if we're going to talk about, and I understand they're maybe orthogonal to each other, but I do think if we're going to talk about fields in general, we should talk about all our fields. And it may be a separate conversation about the rest of the fields that aren't under city contract and sort of the equity issue of the condition of some of those fields versus the issue of the contracts and sort of more of the fiduciary aspect of receiving some of the benefit of the fact that we do have a resource that the community is using, that the cities are utilizing. And I think as we're sort of going through this process to look at our surplus property as well, I think there's an aspect there in, and maybe this is something that Tara can help us with, but sort of thinking through those fields in terms of the benefit to both the city and any potential tenants or current tenants that we have, and making sure that we're pricing that fairly as a part of our total package, because I do think it's a resource that we haven't necessarily fully explored for our district yet. So that's my general thoughts on the matter. And like I said, whether or not that comes back, if the issue of the rest of our fields that aren't in this grouping in Sunnyvale and Cupertino is a totally separate agenda item, I'm totally fine with that. But I do think if we're going to talk about the state of all of our schools and all of our fields and all of our sort of non-building facility kind of things, then at some point we should revisit that as well.
And I think if I can just make sure we're capturing, so Chris and staff can work on it. Really, if we can have staff go back and we will look at what our estimate of our cost would be for us to take over the maintenance of our fields that are currently under both of the city's agreements. We can also take a look at estimating what we think we could generate if we were to do the leasing out from that. And then I think we look at our negotiation power of the water. And so I think those 3 areas, if I'm capturing it right, are the 3 areas that we can come back with additional information on.
Well, and it sounds like we may not be still charging current market rates for our non-city controlled fields. So that would kind of go along with this, and improving conditions on those fields may help us improve the appeal of charging a higher rate for those as well. But
Oh, so Jana.
I don't have further comments. I just +1. I think looking into these other things would be really good. I am curious because, the fields that I'm near and familiar with, I know that we rent those out to all the sports and AYSO and cricket and all those other things. And so it would be interesting to find out, like, are we undercharging for that, or how those activities impact the field quality, and then how do we balance that with the amount of resource it takes to maintain them. So kind of basically the same thing that they're asking in terms of just the balance of the maintenance versus the revenue that we bring in. So
I think I'm just wanting to add, I know that our cities are very interested in really having that partnership with us, and so having that open conversation. So, I think we look forward to talking with them and continue exploring how do we partner.
I think that's exactly right. I think let's understand their view as well here, right? I think we are talking here, and I think the point which Laurie brought up, now we are ready for the renewal. That and probably that's the right thing. But should we be proactively asking them what are they thinking? Because I know that a lot of work is happening from the city, and also every year, at least this year, they are trying to change even the slab of the money what they're going to charge from each of the sports people, like per usage, and we have a reservation system and so on. Earlier it was a flat rate kind of things, and now they are trying to increase the revenue kind of thing. So there and another thing is there's a park and rec team itself there, right? There are staff, there are administration, there are the committee, or what is that called? Commission. They have a dedicated set of people. Okay, it is not, and of course ours is part of that. Like they have a bigger one, but so there are a lot of focus is happening on that, and they come up with great ideas as well. So let's try to understand what they think also, because more than probably we would not have thought many of those. We may be looking from a smaller angle. Let's try to understand from them before we jump in much. But I'm happy to see that, and let's be very careful. I want to use a quotation on the careful when we are taking ourselves also. Like let's not jump, because do we have enough, or this 1.6 million could be much more in the same level of involvement. If you have to have it, it may be the cost could be much higher also. So there must have been a reason some point of time whoever did this, why they did this, understanding itself. Of course, the biggest moving part here is the water bill. It is going triple, and it is continuing to go up, right? So that's the only thing which we can negotiate immediately, maybe. Just a 2 cents.
I think at the end of the day, we have a shared community. The students are our students, our community is our community, and so we need to work together.
Stacey, I'd like to propose that we leverage our consultant, Terra Realty. Maybe we come back in the fall and have this start as a broader conversation about all of our district properties. The fields is a part of it, but why don't we have it under the context of reviewing all of our district properties, buildings, but properties, the land and land uses, and then we can look at what we can do with those fields.
Great idea.
I love that idea. I think we really should get a professional to assess the market value, the use of our property. So I fully support this.
Okay. Any more discussion here? Any public comments here?
No, there are not.
Okay, thanks. So shall we move on then? Okay, the next is 8.2, review of LCAP. Again, I listen back.
So this item is called the LCAP Federal Addendum, and it's a companion document to the LCAP each year. Its purpose is to show how we're using our federal funds, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, to address the needs of our students in alignment with our priorities and the goals of the LCAP. So I'd like to say a special thank you to Chris and to Mai and the entire business office for supporting Ed Services in developing this document, as well as the entire LCAP. We are looking for any questions or revisions that you'd like to see to this prior to next week's board meeting, when we'll be asking for your approval. This is a requirement for us to apply for the federal funds each year.
Discussion, anything more?
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Nothing from me.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
No questions. This was actually really informative. It was.
Okay.
Thank you for putting it together. I felt like I learned a lot more about how Title I and Title II, all those different categories, and how we're serving those populations.
Thanks, Alison. Same from me. Anything,
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on. So what is it? These things, this is for the information. What is it? It'll come back or?
So it'll come back as an action item next week for approval.
Okay. Perfect.
Can it come under consent or no?
I believe it has to have action.
So we have now a couple of items already in the action list now. Okay. Okay. Next one is long-term fiscal.
So tonight we are following up on last week's presentation. I know Dale Scott had come in and shared the results of his survey, and I went through, there were many slides. And so what we tried to do is extrapolate a few of those slides just to highlight and really to provide that opportunity for you as a board member now to have that discussion, having the 2 weeks to maybe digest, process, think about, review those slides and come back and begin that initial discussion. ultimately at the end, we will be posing the question as for the direction that we'd like to go, whether we are interested in placing the parcel tax on the November ballot, whether we're interested in placing a GO bond on the November ballot, and if so, in which amount. So we did pull a couple of survey slides up if you wanted to go through them. Just kind of highlighting the parcel tax that was presented by Dale, showing the voter support before, after the information was provided. And this was on the renewal of the $250 parcel tax results. The other two slides show on the survey results from the GO bond. One would be the $436 million amount, again, before, after support. And then the other one would be the $280 million bond and the before and after information survey result. So on the next slide, timeline. I know that Dale did share a timeline. We are getting closer to that timeline. We do have a little bit of room to make that decision. We would ultimately need to file our paperwork by August 12th. We do have next week's board meeting. We can always call a special board meeting if need to be, but just wanted to get that timeline out there in front of you. And I know that we do have a guest with Dale Scott's firm that's here, able to answer any questions that you may have had. And then we can go to the next slide to kind of lead again that discussion and a final determination. So I will turn it back over to Satish.
Okay. I think let's open it up. I think we discussed last time also a lot of questions on this, right? So anyway, well as anything else.
I have kind of a laundry list of stuff. Do you
Oh.
sure you want me to go first?
Yeah, you are the first person. Then we don't have to ask any questions. You
Phyllis
cover
has
it.
a list.
A little bit of a Debbie Downer here, so just so you know, a little negative. I had a conversation with Chris Jew recently, and I took a page out of his playbook. We talked about risk reward with these measures, and so I did a lot of thinking over the last couple of days about risk reward, which I'm going to share with you for what it's worth. Now, this is the gospel according to Phyllis. It has nothing to do with anybody else's ideas. So, so in terms of reward, clearly $8 million a year on the parcel tax is huge, and 280 or 436 million on a bond would go a lot toward doing the things we want to do with our facilities. So those are the rewards that I see. The risks are, the question is, can we pass it? So according to the slides that we saw last time, only 36% of the people polled believe that we are fiscally responsible. And that was the excellent and good categories combined. So I think that's a risk. When we look at the parcel tax, 60% said yes. And to be honest, my own personal opinion is I don't put a lot of stock in the lean. I'm more into the who said yes, they would vote. So 60% from there to 67% is a heavy lift, in my opinion. That was for the parcel tax, and that was after they were educated. And on the bonds, even though it's a 55% threshold, for 280, we only had 54%, and for 486, we only had 46% that were not. No, I didn't include the liens. I included only the yeses. The Fremont Union High School District measure just failed yesterday or the day before. And I'm very concerned about our ability to raise campaign money. I'm concerned about our ability to get volunteers. Lori and I worked our tails off in the last one and the one before that, and it's very hard to do. And I'm concerned about that it's going to cost the district, I don't know how much, probably in the neighborhood of $1 million. To put a measure on the ballot. So right now, today, given what I know, I'm leaning toward let's not do anything. But I'd love to hear what everybody else has to say.
Thanks a lot. So you did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And at some point, I can provide the estimate of what the cost would be to put the measures on the
Yeah,
ballot.
that will be.
That'll be my question number one, Mrs. Xiao. Could you address that? I think.
So we
would be
did get an updated from ROV because this is a general election where we will have board members up for election. There is a base cost that we would pay, which is about $254,000. To add a An additional ballot item would be approximately 131,000 for each of the
Also less
items.
than I thought.
So total would be about 551,000 if we had our board seats and the 2 ballot measures on.
I'm sorry, that, could you repeat the numbers again?
Sure. So base amount is 254,000 for our just being on the election because we're required to. We have board seats a bit open.
Mhm.
And then if we add an additional ballot measure, it is approximately 131,000 per ballot measure that we all add on to.
Okay.
So if we
So-
went for board seats, 2 ballot measures, it'd be approximately 551,000.
Okay, thanks. My one question, perhaps for our guest here.
Sure.
It's okay, right? To
We'll get him a
ask
microphone.
questions.
He's been waiting for this
Right.
moment.
Yes, so thank you for your patience.
Details on my laptop. So.
Right, I mean, I think we're in a, so thank you, first of all, for being so patient with us as we work through everything else. We're in a situation here where we have an ongoing, right, a bond measure, right, in a sort of, basically our sister district with a high school district, right, that encompasses our entire district plus a bit more. And, right now with about 70% of the votes counted, it's, just tiny little bit short, as you know. And as I'm looking at the map, I guess I'm seeing that the districts or not the districts, what do they call those things, Lori?
Precincts.
Precincts, thank you. Yeah, Lori would know. The precincts that are coming in lower it's just, at a high level without doing the data analysis, seem to be more in our part of the district. And the ones that are higher are sort of further north in the high school district. That's not part of our district. So I guess my question for you is, do people like distinguish between, they see an education bond thing and they vote a certain way? Is this a sort of I'm guessing elections are much better than polls. And so I'm trying to get a sense from you, how much weight should I put on this? The fact that a lot of the precincts in our district, frankly, didn't hit 55%, at least so far.
Sure. Let's see. I mean, a couple of thoughts. I think in general, the kind of hierarchy of how voters will vote for education, elementary on top, high school second, community college third.
Oh, okay.
I think generally you'll see more support at the elementary level than at the high school, than again at the community college level. I think one of the things we're seeing in this election is extremely low turnout.
Right.
I mean,
less than 20.
There could be a lot of uncounted ballots, but we're talking about 18% statewide turnout. So, if we get to 30, that would be kind of a good, more normal primary election turnout, but I don't think we're gonna get to 30. So I think that's a challenge. Just in general, people that come out and vote in every election tend to be a little bit more fiscally conservative, a little more tax averse. So I think, this March, I'm off 2 years on my election cycle. This June primary is a challenge. That said, if you look at the parcel tax measures in the county, they're all doing well. Mount Pleasant is just above the 2/3, so we'll see if that holds. If you look at the parcel tax measures, those have done well. I definitely think, the November general ballot is typically a much better time to be on the ballot. One thing I'll comment on, especially as it relates to the parcel tax and the fact that you have an existing parcel tax on the books. We've looked back about 2008, we've got data for, and if you look at the difference between a new parcel tax versus kind of extending an existing parcel tax, what that success rate is across the state. A new parcel taxes pass about a 2/3 level. Extensions pass at a 90% level. So while we didn't see huge difference in the numbers in the survey, when we kind of step back and look at, okay, what has happened statewide, that's a pretty big discrepancy. When you can go to the voter and say, can you extend this parcel tax? That's a much easier conversation than 2 years from now, if you do this in 24, having to ask voters to put a new parcel tax on their tax roll.
All right, thanks. And then maybe one other question, just looking into your crystal ball here. I guess the sort of the when I read Wall Street Journal and Washington Post, folks are, I think there's an expectation that inflation will be here for a little bit longer, that the economy may not, there's an expectation it will be worse, 6 months from now than it is. At least this is what the opinion writers talk about. Do you see that as being sort of, how much of a drag would that be in people, their willingness to approve parcel taxes and bonds?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I might say gas prices probably have a bigger impact than, let's say, this abstract of inflation. You drive by and see $7 a gallon, and who knows, it could be $8 a gallon before too long. But I think that's probably hits the average voter's mind more. If you go back to 2010 and the depths of the Great Recession, bond measures were passing, parcel taxes were passing. In general, the pitch that, hey, pass this parcel tax to bail us out of our budget problem, that did not sell well with voters. But we didn't see 50% of bond measures failing in 2010, even when people's home values are plummeting, jobless unemployment rates were much higher. So the more macro inflation, those kinds of economic issues, I don't think tend to really directly impact the electoral results. Probably the biggest thing, like I said, concerns me would be just gas prices, because you see that every day. And
all right, thank you. I'll yield the floor for now in case anybody else has questions or.
Yeah, I think, do you want to go?
I don't have
for
questions. I just have
Oh, okay,
comments,
any
so-
questions?
I was wondering if you could, last time when Dale was here, was talking about kind of an informational advocacy or information campaign. And I was still trying to wrap my head around that a little bit. Wondering if you have any more specific examples of what that looks like.
Sure. I mean, I think so, roughly a third, 35% of your voters, I would say, get their information really from the school district. So district website, district communications, social media, even board meetings, right? So you've got a large percentage of your community that really is getting their information directly from the school district. So the district cannot do advocacy work, advocacy materials, but you can put together information. So you can provide information on the district's website about the bond measure and what projects could be done with the bond measure. You disclose, yes, this is going to be an X dollar tax rate. But again, so you can talk about those types of things on the website. You can talk about projects that have been completed. Similarly with the parcel tax, you can talk about, this is what the parcel tax is funded for the past X number of years, or when this is what we'll continue to fund with the parcel tax. So that's kind of the free way that the district can really put out information, and it's already in a channel that a lot of your voters are using. Again, district website, district communications. Often for districts, we'll put out what we call a frequently asked questions kind of flyer front and back that'll have all of that information. That can either be done electronically, or districts can actually mail that out to every household. That does add to the cost, obviously, probably about $1 per household. So those are the types of kind of informational materials that you can do. And again, more and more, especially the younger voters that are sometimes less likely to vote in the gubernatorial, they're also more likely to use digital media. So social media, internet news sites, those types of areas that are, again, cheaper to get the information out there, might hit that voter that may be more likely to support the tax measure, but maybe they're not as likely to vote. So kind of using that to get the information out, a little bit of a get out the vote effort, using social media and electronic means could be very effective.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to get some specifics.
You're welcome.
I don't have any questions. We can go for discussion.
Okay, I think you've shared, so I'll share where I am right now. I think, and thank you. You're welcome to stay there in case we have questions. We're probably more comfortable back there in the seats. All right. I definitely do see a need to invest in the infrastructure. I think Chris said it really well, is that things age over time and regardless of all the other stuff. And I think you've been to, many of our schools, there are definitely places we have, just sort of maintenance we haven't really done. And I think we talked about a tech sort of a component to this also, right, in terms of the infrastructure. So I definitely do see the need there. I'll have to say, honestly, I was sort of surprised by the results from Measure G. That's given me some pause in terms of where the community is. And I certainly understand the point that general election is very different than one with 18% turnout. And so, if we were to do anything, I certainly would prioritize bond. In terms of the parcel tax, gosh, I think 2/3 just seems like really far from where we are right now. Again, with all the caveats of this being a different election, I'm still sort of noodling over on that one. I'm just thinking if we were to do the parcel tax, I think the last two we've had sort of language about higher level things that are maybe a little bit more just higher level to give us the flexibility. And I was, throw out the possibility of maybe being more specific about the kind of programs and be more about the sort of the benefits the students, the parents, the community would derive from the passage of the parcel tax. I would just say that rather than sort of here's extra money and good things will be done with it, and just being more specific. But I think the thing that's really getting me thinking about is one, the looking at the Measure G, the sort of the turnouts of distribution, how that looks. It tends to be more in the southern part of the district. And then just, anyway, so that one would love to, I know, Phyllis, it's great. I agree. And I think that the rewards look great, but I also share some of I think what you're talking about here in terms of, how do we climb that hill? And I think for me, it would start with perhaps being specific about what are the things we would do with this parcel tax were to pass. Bond, I just feel a little bit better. I think it's just the needs there. And I think we can, at least I feel like I can, well, it's only 55%. I guess it's a lower bar. So yeah, I think I'm just rambling at this point now. So I'll yield it for the lawyer who will be much more eloquent than I am.
No, I will probably +1 on a lot of what you just said. The Measure G results gave me pause for sure. I'm hopeful for them because I've been following the counts, and based on the number of ballots they counted today, if they kept pace with that, they might just get there, but still to be seen. The turnout was so low on this one that it's a little bit head scratching as to what happened there. But I'll leave the assessment of that to somebody far more skilled in that arena. But I think if I put aside my sort of surprise at what happened with Measure G, I think where I've been since our last meeting is I've been noodling and thinking about all of this is I think some of the things that Dale highlighted about the nature of a general election coupled with the nature of a renewal. And it intrigued me, the notion of a renewal that could apply not just to our parcel language, but to our bond language as well, because I don't think I'd really considered that before. And maybe just because I'd never had that put in front of me as a voter. But I guess if there's some hope there for me, it is that it's a general election, which we hope will have a higher turnout, combined with the notion of a renewal. That said, I definitely agree with you, Jerry, that I think the community after O and A, I think especially after A, I think if you went back to that board meeting that we talked about sort of the assessment after the fact, I think I said something along the lines of, I just don't think this community has another parcel tax measure in it right now. And if there's anything that makes me reconsider that, it is some of the feedback along the lines of what you just brought up, which is maybe it's that the voters have, who the voter demographic is has changed enough that they are looking for more specifics. And if our voter demographic has changed over time, and that's what they're looking for, you know, we hear a lot about this very nebulous word called transparency, and what is transparency, right? But if I try to distill that down and distill down the different feedback that came our way, and like Phyllis said, I mean, to have put in all of those hours and to have not had success for our students and for our district was heartbreaking. And if you try and piece together sort of the aftermath of what the different pieces were, I think there was this notion of they're not being specific in what they're saying they're going to do with it. And so I do think that if we decide that we're going to move forward with a notion of a renewal, that maybe that's the piece that we do try to change up is, you know, if the dollar amount is going to stay the same, and if we are moving into basic aid and maybe we are able to absorb some of the salaries that our parcel tax has been providing for, then what can we do with that money? And I guess that's my way of saying, if it's the will of all of us together that it's worth exploring moving forward with a parcel, then that would probably be where my interests lay as well. So that's the parcel. As far as the bond goes, again, if I put aside what just happened for FUHSD and sort of trying to understand just how much our voters seem to have changed around here in terms of the support there, the level of support there for education in the community. I don't see how we don't do a bond, I guess is where I'm at. And I say that even knowing what FUHSD just experienced, because I think we clearly have needs at our sites. You can't walk our high school district campuses and then walk our elementary school campuses and not see the difference and what having bond money has meant for them versus not having bond money has meant for us. We don't, you know, we are finishing out our prior bond. If we don't have a new bond in place, then any of that work is lost. With the inflation that we're experiencing right now, costs are only going to continue to go up. And I think the other piece that maybe we haven't clicked on is that if we don't have our own bond in place and we're not doing our own projects as a community, there's a lot of the state matching grants that we're not eligible for. And if we're not eligible for the state matching grants, then we're walking away not just from the opportunity to do things with our own local dollars for our local schools, we're walking away from our ability to access the state matching funds and funds, frankly, that I think our community is entitled to. We certainly pay our fair share of taxes into the state, and we deserve to have some of that matching fund come back into our community and improve our schools. So I think where I'm at right now is I would definitely be in favor of the bond. I think we'd have to work at it, but I think we have needs. I think we could make the case for those needs. I think we've got needs at the bigger amount. We know we do from the facility master plan. So I guess I'd be interested in hearing where everybody else is at on which of those $2 amounts, but I guess my initial feeling would be we should try for the higher dollar amount. And then on the parcel, I have an appetite for it if everybody concurs. And I think it would have to be all 5 of us on that one, because I really do think, you know, it has to be, you know, sort of that a unanimous voice calling for the need for that funding to stay in our budget. But that I think maybe we need to rethink the way in which we are deciding on what we're going to use that money for, to be more specific, more granulated, and for lack of a better word, transparent. All right, that's it.
Thanks.
So I think when I look at it, I just kind of look big picture and say, well, do we want to keep programs for our kids? Yes. Do we want better facilities for our kids? Yes. As a board, our responsibility is to make sure that our students have the best possible opportunities, whether that's buildings, facilities, whether that's programs, arts, music, teachers, all of those things. And so if I start with that as my base and say, at every opportunity that we can possibly get more resources, get more funding, that we owe it, that we should try to do it, then philosophically, that's where I'm at, right? Like if there's an opportunity to try to get more money so that our students can benefit, then just philosophically, that's what we should do. Now, if I look at it practically and I say, well, what are our options? And if our options, I mean, we need to have money, right? Like it's not so much whether or not like, yes, if the parcel tax didn't get renewed, yes, we could still be fiscally sound, but what are we losing? We're losing the programs. We're losing there's gonna have to be cuts in the budget, which will then impact the students. And so, so to me, that's just kind of, like, what can we do to maintain that? And so if the option is letting it expire and then asking for a new parcel in 2 years or next year or whenever, versus now asking for an extension, which is a higher, apparently a 90% passing rate. Is that what it was? And then if the option is a bond, what was it? If the option is doing it during the November general election, in which it's only $130, I'm sorry, $131,000 versus a special election where we may have to pay up to $1 million. Like, I mean, that's a really good deal, right? Like, I just like from my bargain shopping point of view, like 131K versus $1 million. Like that just feels like it on a practical level, like the cost, if we're talking about risk and reward, the risk is not that much financially compared to if we wait another year or wait another 2 years. So that's kind of in a nutshell where I'm at.
So my view here is understand that the need of money, and definitely we have a lot of programs will have an impact. But then the other side, like coming back to what my friend Phyllis said, right? So I think survey results are not very promising. That's number one. And second thing is the recent history also, right? Understand in a macro level things are better, and we had a better passing rate and things like that. But we should look into what's changed since then for us, like, since last parcel, what happened? Like, since then, did we make a significant change in terms of our voters' mind, right? So the confidence level on that, right? I think this is coming back to exactly the percentages, what you mentioned, right? So 46% and 50 odd or upper 50 or close to 60%, right? So both the things were short of, few percentage, right? So that is what it has been critical always, like less than 60% or around 60% we were in parcel earlier, and to get into 2/3, that has been a challenge, right? So I think, yeah, there is a risk, my view, of going with the thing. I understand that from the expense perspective, it's 131K or 230, whatever it is, the double amount for one parcel and one bond. That looks smaller, but what's a confidence level again, right? Or should we be even waiting and see, wait and watch and see, like, once it is over, go for a new one, right? And that's what I'm debating between, because I'm not fully convinced, or convinced in the sense, like in terms of the possibility of making it.
So I reached out to we didn't do a poll in the last campaign, but the 2 previous ones we did. And I reached out to both EMC and TVWB to see if we could get the results of those, because my recollection, which is not always accurate, is that those polling numbers weren't much different than what we had got in this poll, and we lost them both. But if I get those results from them, I'll make sure that all of you guys get a copy of it.
I thought it was actually slightly better. And what I remember was 68-ish. It was just barely above. I mean, there are different conditions, but I guess you could say this is 60 something too if you add the median, but certainly appreciate that. Thanks. I was looking for and I
I'll
couldn't
give
find
it my best
so
shot. Like I say, I haven't ever heard back from them, so we'll see what I get.
Thanks.
I know that the high school district also did a poll. Maybe staff could reach out to them and ask if they'd be willing to share the results. I'm sure it's probably part of public record already, but maybe we could get that in a Friday memo or something. To be able to see that.
I'm curious if staff has a position on this or if it's anything. I don't know if it's appropriate or not. If it is, I'd love to hear. If it's not, we'll just keep talking among ourselves.
Well, I think that the discussion is important because I think a couple of the key points hit on. One, when we look at the opportunity that's coming up at the November election, that certainly would be a time that I think we'd have the interest because it is the general election and there does seem to be more support. I think watching the results from Fremont was a little disappointed that we saw the numbers coming in for their bond. However, when we look at the Milpitas and the Alum Rock partial tax, that was surprising that they were passing as high as they were on a partial tax. So kind of two different sides there that were unexpected in that. The other piece that's resonated is really as we look at the parcel tax and knowing that we're shifting into basic aid and what would we need that money for comes up oftentimes from our community. What do you need this money from? And I think that the one word that stood out when Sylvia was speaking, she was talking about we're going to be able to maintain what we're doing now as we're shifting into basic aid. But is that what we really want for our students? Because as we've talked about our strategic plan and our district priorities and really giving back to the community that we've had to ask so much for. So over the last couple of years, as we've gone through cuts, is giving back to the community and starting to build our schools up. And we've talked a lot about our arts program, our music programs, our libraries. You know, we've begun that conversation about middle schools and offering electives. The club opportunities that we know connect kids to schools. Those would be the things that really we could focus the parcel tax money on because they're above and beyond what we're offering now. They're above and beyond what we're built into the budget in these outlying years, but they really are the heart of where we want to head as a district and to continue to build and enhance what we're offering. So, you know, I think part of the interest from the survey that came back from the parents is there was definitely an interest and support in programs, not so much in people, but in the programs. We know people are important to run the programs, but right now we don't have a lot of those programs that we know could benefit students. And so, you know, maybe we need to shift that focus on the parcel tax and relook at what that money would be spent. I think the bond, the important part to look at in going out for the bond is that may help and we can bring back some of our thoughts is what specifically would be some of those initial things that we want to do under the facility bond work. We did that facility master plan. It was a large plan. It addressed every school site, was obviously more than what these bonds would cover. But I think we need to go back and look at that and start to pull out what are some of those initial things that we'd want to do if we did place a bond out. We know that there's been a very heightened interest from our community about fencing around our schools, which, you know, that could be covered under the bond. And, you know, right now, if we're looking at our budget, that's not something that's budgeted to put fencing around every campus. So I think right now, if we really look at coming back and bringing you some of those more specifics, because I do believe that is what our community is looking for, is what exactly will we spend this money on as we identify that need. And so that would be what I would offer back up as what staff is thinking, and we could bring that back next week and have another discussion about where we go.
I think that's a really great idea. I think, you know, to a lot of what Lori said, and I think what I'm hearing around here is the specifics. We're asking the taxpayers for money, and it's very reasonable for them to want to know what they're getting for that. And I think the point about investing in programs, and because we've really cut a lot of that over the years, and yes, we can survive, and yes, we don't need this to make payroll, I guess, or whatever, right? But I think being specific about a lot of those, I mean, I myself certainly would support investments in security, investments in tech. Certainly there's a lot of just maintenance just because we have buildings and that sort of thing. I've heard, so I'm not trying to pile up a huge list here, but frankly, you know, during my years here, I've heard people talk about wanting better food, right? Where we've been scaling our kid, you know, the sort of the number of kids we serve. And so Are there any possibilities of having better facility? Because I think we're making maximum use of what little kitchen we have there right now. And so we're talking about maybe a central kitchen. I don't know what. So I think having some of these things will really be able to help me, because I really do share a lot of what Phyllis has shared about the hill we need to climb, given the climate, given the, gas is what, $7. And I was in Hawaii a month ago. It's cheaper in Hawaii than it is here. I don't know why, but it's, yeah. So, well, maybe not Maui. I don't know. But in Honolulu,
it was.
it is. Yeah. So anyways.
One of the things that Richard talked about for the 7-Eleven committee are things that could be done with a bond. I mean, moving the district office is going to cost money. Building a stone central kitchen, which, to follow on what you said, is clearly a need now that we're feeding everybody. Those are all things that could be included in a bond that may have some appetite in the community. I don't know. One of the things I would say about the 3 parcel taxes that passed, and some of them pretty handsomely, I mean, 70% or something. The demographic of those 3 districts is pretty much the same as the northern part of the Fremont High School District.
Yeah.
So whether that makes a difference, because Jerry, you mentioned that our southern end did not so much, in the northern end of the district better. So I don't know whether that demographic is significant or not.
I do think, Stacy, it would be helpful if, I agree, yes, please, on everything you said. And I think it would be helpful. I think one of the things that concerns me is when we have to take all of our ideas and then we're saying we want to be specific, and then we know we've got this word limit on and statutory language that we're required to include, like, I don't know if you can get as far as sample language, but maybe some really tight descriptions that would help us meet word count, because I don't want to have us agree or disagree in a discussion on certain things and then have it go back to having to be super nebulous language, because that's all we've got room for in the word count, which I know we struggled with last time. So that concerns me a little bit, that we're giving you an impossible task. And so in that,
and can you work with like Dale's firm on ballot language? Is that something okay. Okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to meet that statutory language and word count and be explicit about what we're promising.
We can certainly bring back a draft and next week.
Just wanted to reflect a little bit about what you were saying about the demographics, and I'm wondering if I'm so sorry, I didn't catch your name, Mark. If could you provide any insight for us if you happen to know like those areas? Or even the ones like the ones at
Milpitas and Alum Rock and Mount Pleasant. Yeah.
Any more discussion with it?
I was just going to maybe just add an observation. I think all of us know this, is that there are certain things we can do with bonds that we can't do with, general fund money, and not because statutory, but just because of the amount, right? And there, infrastructure type things really have to come from bonds. It's not the kind of thing, no matter what our general fund balance looks like, it really. And so, yeah, I just wanted to kind of highlight that for the audience in the sky.
Thank you.
I think, we've talked a lot about specifics in the parcel. I keep coming back to we've discussed this before, but the feedback I've gotten over the years that matters to a lot of people is class size. So I don't know if you can revisit our parent survey and see if there's themes of that in there, but I think that could be a specific language item that we could consider in the parcel, but just as an idea.
Another thing that concerns me about the electorate is, and I don't know, this is a general election I know coming up, so it's different, but in our last election, only half of our registered parent voters voted.
Yeah.
So, what carrot can we put out there if we're gonna do this to get those registered voters out to vote? And I'm sure it'll be better in a general election, but I don't expect it to be wonderful, to be honest.
So in terms of timeline, I certainly would feel better knowing what the state budget looks like. And so it looks like we can take action on this hopefully sometime in July. I know we can't drag it out, but I was hoping that we find action on this after we know what the budget is. Would that, Mr. Xiao, would that be your recommendation, or do you think we need to move before that?
No, I do think we need to continue our discussion. And again, we have the board meeting next week that we could bring forward and give us a little bit more direction, but we certainly can set a meeting up in July if needed. Or again, we do have the July 26th or 28th. I don't know off the top of my head what date that is, but we do have that date in July that we could.
But that will be a drop deadline, right? Like after that, we cannot, if you want to do it in November.
We could, we would need to have it filed by August 12th is our deadline to get onto the November ballot.
But still, you have only a couple of meetings, yeah.
Just thinking that for me, that it makes a difference of what kind of support we get from the state. There's a lot of carrots, or there's a nice wish list, but what actually transpires, yeah.
But definitely from the bond perspective, that is not going to change anyway,
No,
right?
no,
So
no,
infrastructure
that's right.
perspective, only in the parcel that may impact, right? So yes or no kind of bond. I think we have to make a decision anyway, because it is our own money. We have to generate money on that, either yes or no kind of, right? So
Right, one decision, one way
one
or the
decision
other.
need to be made there, yeah.
I'm wondering if we can hear public comments before we finish our
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, I just had one more quick question for, I'm not sure if it's for Lori or Chris, but on the state matching funds on bonds, are those awarded based on your student population, like so much of the state money is, or is that, how does the state decide who gets matching funds? I'm not sure we'd be in line for those.
You might want to step up.
So on state modernization monies, it's based on students, and it's also based on age of the buildings and the amount of square footage you have.
So the fact that we have a low percentage of free and reduced lunches and foster youth and all that, would that affect our
No.
ability to get state? Okay,
No.
that's it. Thank you.
And I think there's some of those pools of money are specific. Like if you have seismic issues, that's a different pool of money you can apply to than if you have older buildings, or there's some
Yeah,
different.
there's
conditions, right?
different pots, and
Yeah, different conditions of things that you can apply for.
Great, thank you.
Okay, should we go for public comment there? If you have any,
Yes, we have 4 public comments.
okay. Let's go for it then.
Ivan Kuznetsov, Kent Chang, Valentin Rybov, and San R. If you could please raise your hands. Ivan, go ahead.
Good evening, dear board members. There is nothing more beautiful than a community coming together for a cause. You have asked the community twice to give you more money, and the community responded with a resounding no twice. Your own research presented at the last board meeting that Phyllis referred to today clearly shows that more than half of our constituents do not believe that the district is fiscally responsible. With the district going from one public scandal to another, with 3 of the board members being recalled, with the city council having to intervene on behalf of the parents, and the mayor of Cupertino personally requesting attitude adjustment, asking you to listen to the community. Do you believe that this is the time and the place to even begin discussing the possibility of a third attempt to increase taxes? Please do not waste hundreds of thousands of dollars based on your feelings. You already can see from the high school bond measure results that voters in CUSD vote against new taxes. We ran the poll in the 1,500 strong CUSD parents group, and support for the new tax isn't there. If you don't even have the parent support, new bond and tax measures will fail. You try to shift the blame for failing tax measures to the community and voters that have somehow changed. Have you stopped to think for a second that it's not the community, it's you? Dear board members, let me be very clear. Ignoring the reality once more would lead to consequences you have never seen. Our community is energized, organized, and prepared to stand up for education and for what's right for our children. Please keep that in mind when deliberating on this. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Evan.
Kent, go ahead.
CUSD Board of Trustees, Superintendent Yao, every community member, good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Having followed this board rather closely for the last couple of years, as we start another round of discussion on tax measures for our school district, I would love for the board, as well as everyone in our community, to think through the following questions. First, we all still remember that night when parents and kids gathered in protest of school closures and the lived reality they're still in, scrambling amidst disappointment, disillusionment, and disempowerment in light of the board's decision. We also remember that all of the yard signs for or against Measure A scattered across our community a year ago. I understand that it has been the board's intention to unify and heal the community, and I wonder how another tax measure would bring us any closer to that goal. Second, it's a fact that we have had 2 failed tax measures in the past 2 years. This year's Measure G of Fremont, a putatively less controversial district, doesn't seem too well received, which I believe some board members would agree with. What makes the board think it's a good idea to have another one? How do we convince ourselves of the validity and scientific rigors of the Dale Scott? I just checked their website and only saw PHP errors. Do they factor in the unique historical and cultural context of our district that for some reasons the board might not have fully recognized, accounts, at least in part, for the dramatic change of the voter's mind? And finally, I believe we'd all agree that it's in everyone's best interest that parents can fully trust the board. From the city council's somewhat unusual intervention to all the public comments we've heard earlier today, where we see our beloved teachers suffering and parents speaking in tears, I'm worried that the board has lost its mandates to push forward anything that requires community support. How can the board help us regain our trust in you and come together for our kids instead of further dividing the community? That's my last and final question. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Kent.
Valentin, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Fantastic. I'm having a deja vu moment. I do not like repeating myself any more than the next person, yet here we are again. We have all heard the saying, 3 times is the charm, at least once in our lifetimes. It is an idiomatic expression which, according to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, is used to say that 2 efforts at something have already failed, but perhaps the third will be, excuse me, rather, successful. I can as good as promise you that this will not be the case when it comes to the parcel tax or bond measure. A classic definition of insanity, so commonly referenced to online, is doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think you know where it's going. You need to start, or actually stop, gambling with the money you've been entrusted with. I was driving down 101 yesterday, and I saw a billboard that offered a service to those suffering from a gambling addiction. And somehow I immediately thought of you, the board, and the superintendent, and your parcel tax addiction. You need to stop being addicted to it and learn to live without it. Of all the dubious distinctions that that can be bestowed upon this board, such as the board that kept the schools closed the longest and the board that caused the record decline in enrollment, I seriously doubt that any of you would want to add the board that failed to pass the parcel tax for 3 consecutive years. This is an ultimate anti-hat trick. Stop gambling away with the money you've been entrusted with. This is for education of our kids, not for you to gamble with. And stop treating the parents as a proverbial cash cow. We pay a lot of taxes to the state that go directly to the school district, an inordinate amount, yet somehow you never fail to come back and ask for more. And this has to stop, and it will. Thank you.
Thanks, Valentin.
San, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity today. I had the chance to listen to all of you through the evening, and the budget session was particularly interesting. I ask you, have you seen the attachments on the budget? Have you seen the Excel spreadsheet on the budget for the coming year? There is a decline of 41% in books and supplies. 87% of your budget goes towards employees, salaries, and benefits. Less than 13% goes for other causes, of which books and supplies is 5%. So we're talking about an 8 million parcel tax when 87% of your budget is being ignored, and not a sentence was spent today talking about how you're going to optimize your costs. How about taking 8 million out of costs? How about taking 8 million out of your executives that you've been hiring left and right? How many COOs and consultants have been hired? How many deputy SIs and staff of SIs do we have? Where is the breakdown of the headcount? I've looked at all of your docs online, and I cannot find a breakdown any more granular than numbers that say certified salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits, capital outlay, and services. Where is the breakdown of those? Unless we see those breakdowns, how do we have these conversations? The board seems completely self-unaware. You seem to be completely self-unaware, at least 3 of you. You seem to miss the community's lack of trust in your leadership with change in demographics, and you further insult the community by talking about giving carrots to the community. What do you think, we are rabbits? The community has no trust in a board that has a majority that looks to close schools rather than prioritize education. 8 million can be found in 87% of your budget. Find it and cut it now. And we would like to see the granular breakdown of your budget so that the community can understand where that 87% goes. Furthermore, let me highlight certified salaries, the increase is 0%. The most important resource in the community is certified salaries, which is teachers, tenured teachers, and they are getting no hikes. So my comment is not about cutting salaries of teachers. My comment is about where are you spending the rest of it? Where are the classified salaries going? Where is the salary going on the top down headcount? And let's find that and cut it and have a budget conversation on 8 million there. Thank you.
Thanks, Santosh.
Those are all the comments.
Yeah, thanks. So do you want any final, I think, Sylvia, you were telling that you want to, we'll listen comments, then we,
Oh,
you're looking for public comments before we conclude, right?
yeah, I just thought we should wait and hear.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't
Good.
have any
Done.
specific, no, I just
Okay,
wanted to be able to make sure we included that before we
Thank you.
finish any
Okay,
discussion.
thank you. Any of you want any conclude?
I would
Yeah.
just, Mr. Xiao, I think you've been capturing some items as we've discussed them. I wonder if you could summarize what staff will be doing before the next meeting or.
Yeah, so next meeting, we will bring back some, specifically talking about the parcel tax, we would bring back some of the items that we would look at highlighting as parcel tax. We will try to put together draft language that would be on the bond to fit in that type of a language so that we are able to highlight that. Then we would do the same with the bond. We'll go through and identify items that if we did the lower amount or the 436 million, what are some of those specific items that we may be able to do during that first round, and do some draft language as well, just to continue our discussion without making any decisions.
Do we have any ask for Mark and his colleagues, or I'm just checking?
No, I don't know. I think they clarified, right, from Mark. No, you're asking that next week you should come or not?
No, I'm just somewhere, I'm trying to sort of get a sense of sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right. You had, I think, asked about that, right?
Yeah, I asked for
Sure.
some more insight into that. Yeah, as well as maybe voter turnout.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in that too. Thank you.
Any other things, Lori?
Nope, I think it's all been captured.
Okay, Phyllis,
I'm all good. Thank you.
okay,
And-
thank you, sir.
I apologize. There is one more public comment that I missed.
Okay, please go ahead then.
Yeah.
before
Ajan Lee, if you could please raise your hand.
Ajan, you can talk. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I was surprised that I thought I was in a sales department. I mean, having joined the meeting, but you know, this is education. I mean, a board meeting. You know, I kind of confused that for those who talk about, you know, you can get, I mean, excuse about how to get a parcel tax done, or get a parcel tax or bond to get a support from community. But you guys seems like forgot that, you know, the school board already lost our community's trust, and also superintendent too, because, you know, so many things going on in the pandemic. And for years, we didn't see the teacher's salary get raised. And also, you know, parents are suffering, and the school boards, especially, you know, for the recallees, they are happy to see students move to private schools. Seems like you don't care about these students. And you're thinking about, you know, they always have not enough money for you to expand. Hey, for keeping the good quality of education, for the science, for the arts, for those things, you know, we should start years ago. But now seems like you scare parents that if you don't pay or don't support the parcel tax, you are not going to get this. You know what? The major G got failed. I mean, we are not sure it will get failed, but for this numbers, voters numbers, is for years is really low. Why? Because they got impact from school closure, from the things you had done to the community. You diverse and the community and hurting the parents, hurting the children. Now closing schools, and the kids can have to walk a long way. If there's something happen for the car accidents or for the safety, who are going to take a responsibility? And then now you're talking about how to persuade parents, how to persuade voters. Does the consulting company, I mean the professional people, how old is your kids? Do you have any idea what parents want? Don't use the fake number to cheat people. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajan. Are we okay?
Yes.
Okay, so shall we move then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then let's go to the next one. The budget board policy 3100.
Yeah, so tonight we wanted to, follow up on our conversations that we've started, and Chris had alluded to earlier when he presented our multi-year and our past discussion with the board as we've shifted into basic aid and needing to take a look at our reserve and building it up. And so Chris had shared in the multi-year that there is an opportunity for us to build it up to that 10%. We currently have a board policy that does identify it from in the past when the board had made the decision to not have the 3% for the economic responsibility, but also the additional 3% board. And so we did bring back the board policy with that, some adjusted language in that area. If there's an interest of the board to establish in the board policy that minimum 10%, as well as a few other items. So just wanted to give you a chance to read through this first read and provide some feedback as to if there's an interest to go into this adjustment in language. I think there's a couple other areas that Chris wanted to highlight, just as we do anytime we bring back an upgraded board policy, we look to see what CSBA has recommended as well.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, that for the most part, everything's up to date with CSBA. And just to call to your attention, the section that refers to reserve balance, that's the section that Stacy was referring to, that with the modification of the board reserve amount from 3% to 7%, totaling 10. This is for a first reading tonight, so we'll entertain any questions that the board has at this time.
Anything else?
Just have one. There's a paragraph about the other post-employment benefits. I think Lori alluded to it earlier. Just wondering what's the impact of that language on what our current practice is, or maybe if you could say a bit about what our current practice is and how does this policy impact that?
Yeah. So the reference to the OPEB language in the agreement, in the board policies, is new for our district. It's been a requirement for I don't know how long. I don't know how long it's not been in our policy. We don't have much of an OPEB liability out there. We don't offer lifetime retiree benefits for anyone. We typically pay as we go. For OPEB requirements, we would be looking at some sort of a long-term funding strategy if we did have some long-term debt related to an OPEB, but we unfortunately don't have that situation here.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's it. Thank
Did you
you.
say unfortunately or fortunately?
I think you said.
Unfortunately, we don't have any OPEB liabilities that we have to.
Fortunately, yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, fortunately,
Yes.
fortunately. Yes. Thank you.
Chris. Yeah. So I think my question about OPEB was, so I know that we have very little, and especially compared to some local districts in the county that have quite large OPEB issues that they deal with, but I don't know that I've seen that captured anywhere. So I think it might be good, even though I know ours is very small. And I think I know actually just the little pocket of years that we recently did, which I'm assuming is the little bit that we do have. If we could have that captured somewhere. And then also, I assume that it's not enough that you would be recommending to us that we take advantage of some sort of pre-funding if that made sense for us financially, but it must not right now because it's such a small amount.
Yes.
Okay. And so we don't have anything right now that would make sense to
No need to
invest with the
to
state
make
funds.
some long range plan to fund a long-term liability.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia, we have any?
So I just have a question in terms of when this policy gets approved, when is it implemented? So with the 7 and the 10, the new language, is that starting here?
Well, it would be the new updated board policy. So what it would do, it would give the staff the direction. Does go into effect. So I think they somewhat support what's being shared with the multi-year and the new board policy, if that was the desire of the board.
I see. So it's not, so even though we're not there yet, we can implement the policy with the intention to get there, right, and not have some time frame for it.
We can, and what that does is it gives the staff the ability then to build up as we build our budget and to show that 10% is there.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't have any.
I did have one more.
Okay.
I forgot to ask. Sorry. If you're sure you don't have any.
Yeah, no, you.
On the reserve language in the policy, do any of the, do we know if any of the policies of other surrounding districts that are already in basic aid have any sort of inflation protection or escalator language or anything like that, where they revisit their policy on some sort of incremental basis to assess if that percentage is still, I mean, I know we could do it at any time and staff would bring that forward if the board needed to, but I'm wondering if we should have something in the policy language that sets up at least once a year we revisit, and if necessary, staff will bring forward or something.
I mean, that's a great question, and we can investigate that. I mean, you know, I've seen where in board policies that there's been written language in there that staff and the board will revisit something and just make it part of the process to review. But I'm not familiar with anything, but we could certainly inquire and look.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm interested for two reasons. I'm interested, one, because I think inflation is an issue right now, but I'm also interested, I think, because 10% is sort of the minimum we need to get to as a basic aid district. Like, it's great if we can get there sooner rather than later as a brand new baby, barely basic aid district. But, you know, most of the districts in the county that are basic aid are carrying considerably more reserves than that. Some of them even almost double that. So at some point, I want us to be taking the long view of what we're going to need to do to be as fiscally sound as we can be, as soon as we can be through this next couple of years. And I think the sooner we can come to an agreement about that in our policy, the easier it is for everybody to understand what those expectations are.
So what I'd like to do is when we do bring this back for another reading, we'll have done a little bit of research and inquired at our neighboring basic aid districts to see if in their board policies, they have something specifically to address this kind of an escalation.
Yeah, or maybe our council has some sort of recommendation that we could consider if there's not language out there, just because I think most of the existing basic aid districts around us have been basic aid for a while. They might not need it anymore, but we're in this situation where we're going to have this period of years where we are going to need it. So
okay.
Anyway, thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Do you have any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay. Thank you. Any more discussion on this? So this will come back again, right? So
well, I
or
think
should we-
based on going back and finding out some further information, we may bring it back again as a
discussion item.
a discussion action.
Yeah,
So that
discussion
we
action.
could take
Okay,
action if
that
we
makes-
chose to, but I think if we're going to change any of the language, we want to have an
Okay.
opportunity to discuss it with you first.
Okay, that's good. So shall we move to the next one, 8.5, 5132 dress code policy?
Great. So we're bringing forward a board policy on dress and grooming. It's been revised. It was recommendations brought forward in 2019 by CSBA, but it's just one of the policies that we did not get to at that time. This actually was prompted by our middle school principals who, when they were looking at our board policy on dress and grooming, felt that it was not as inclusive as it needed to be. And they felt that it was important that we called out language that was inclusive of all the students that we serve. So that is what we are bringing forward to you tonight. The original one was very short. And this one, I think, reflects a lot of the vision about what we've been talking about, is making sure that all students feel okay with who they are and how they present on a school campus.
Thanks, Leslie. Let's go around.
Nothing from me, thanks.
I have a clarification question. If we could get down to, there's a section labeled gang-related apparel. Or it's right, that one. So that I just want to understand the intent here. So it says principal, staff, and parents and guardian may establish dress code, So I guess two questions. Is the intent one that we do this at the site level because it says principal, staff, and parents and guardian? So that's one question, right? Rather than a district-wide one, we're empowering the site to set their own dress code. And two is the inclusion of parent, guardian in the language here. Does that mean so these three groups get together to establish something? Because it's not or, right? There are other places in there where it says A or B. So I'm just sort of trying to understand the intent here. we're not doing it at the district level, and we're like parents and guardians would be part of the formulation of the dress code. Is that
May. It says May.
May? Okay, right.
Yeah.
May establish, right? So, okay, I just want to understand the
Right.
intent, and that don't need to, yeah.
And this is not an area that we as a district currently have a problem with gang related apparel.
Right.
And so it was left in there because it is education code. We actually
Oh,
have to
just
follow education
pick
code
up that code.
anyways.
Okay.
But it would be that we may. So if we all of a sudden were experiencing
Right.
issues with gangs in our community, we would work with local law enforcement also. I would assume that the conversation would be more global than just focusing on dress code. And I don't believe it would be site specific. It would be something that we would look at as a joint group.
Okay.
The modifier is the sentence after that says such a proposed dress code shall be presented to the board.
Okay. Well,
which
we should
shall
approve it.
So if it came to this board or any future board, because the May got exercised, then it would be up to the board at that time to.
Right. I'm just wondering, would it be a case that Kennedy has a different one than Lawson? Right, because they could both bring this to the board, but it sounds like we'll address it at
I
a
would
global
say
level. so-
probably not. And I think
Okay.
like Lori was saying, and is that was a conversation that we needed to have as a group. We would bring it to the board anyways.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Anything you-
No, nothing else. Thank you.
Nothing from my end. Any public comment here?
No, there are not.
Okay.
So if okay with you, we'll bring it back as a consent item.
Correct. I think so, like, right, since no action items here, we can bring as a consent. Thank you. Okay, so I think we are on the action 9.1. Mike, you are going to talk or? Or this is standard every. yeah, I
This is
think-
our routine item that we
Routine, yeah,
do
I
bring
think.
each year, and it gives allows us to file with the CTC and allows us to do our hiring in the fall. So HR always does a good job of getting this ahead of time so that we don't have to panic and rush it to board approval in the fall as they're already actively hiring.
So I move that we approve the declaration of the need for blah, blah.
Can we have a, okay, thank you.
Blah, blah.
Okay, any discussion needed here? Any discussion from the board members? Any public comments?
No, there are not.
Okay, so can we then do a roll call vote?
Trustee Lou,
Aye.
trustee Cunningham,
Aye.
trustee Vogel,
Aye.
trustee Leon,
Aye.
trustee Madhato.
Aye. Okay, this is carried, motion. Then board activities. Committee reports, if any.
Just went to a number of school activities at
Yeah.
various schools and enjoyed the graduation.
Great, thanks. Then
Ditto.
same.
Yep.
I think.
Plus one.
Same plus.
Same. I'm not sure if everyone knows, but our Hyde Middle School was visited and featured by Congressman Ro Khanna.
Yeah,
So
I heard about it.
He was able to look at the wellness center that the county had placed there. So it's really nice to just get some recognition on what's happening at Hyde and how student mental health is being showcased or focused on within the district. So.
Good. Any more updates on that? Then otherwise we'll go to the next one. Agenda setting, any new items to be looked at?
Not me.
Just clarification. So we have a board meeting next week,
Yeah.
and then potentially early July.
We could, depending on the outcome of next week's board meeting, if we do need to call an additional board meeting, we can look into our July calendars to see.
That is specifically for this topic, right?
It would be to further the discussion on the parcel and bond or to
Correct.
make
So
a decision on the parcel.
That is before July 26th. We may, yeah.
If we needed to, yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out then. Yeah. Anything, Lori, anything?
Nope. If we're gonna recess for close, could we break? If we're gonna recess for close, could we break for just a few minutes before we do that?
Yeah, no.
No, no.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I think we have to find, I think if at all we are doing, I think we have to find out the right time, right? So
to schedule a special
Yeah,
meeting?
because especially this summer and
We know everyone's on vacation.
yeah, must have planned also. We will poll and do this and we'll find out. Yeah. And that's also based on a need again, right? We have to have only a placeholder, but that placeholder should be more based on availability of.
So I can check calendar and I can have some possible dates that I can bring forward next week. If again, if we decide that we need it, then we'd have those to pose out there for you to consider on your calendars.
Okay.
So be thinking of what vacations you're taking in July.
Okay. No, thank you. Then we'll be going for the closed session. We have any public comment on the closed session?
No, we do not.
Okay, so we'll adjourn for the closed session and back after that. Thank you.